is here. Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning. Welcome. Oh, it's cold. Let's let in some heat. Hopefully. Yes. Yes. Morning, Dread. Hello, love. Mr. Dread Sound, good to see you. Okay, let's join in. Hi, Ripple. They keep moving the icons around for some reason. Ripple, watch your ears. Okay. All right. Yes. Heat. Warmth. To the light zone, baby, to the light zone, baby, to the light zone. To the light zone, baby, to the light zone, baby, to the light zone. Maybe try sometime. Oh yeah. Oops. Okay, good morning. Yeah, almost ready. Hello. Ripple, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Busy morning today. Lots of stuff to do. Places to go. People to see. Things to fix. Yes, it does to losers. 100%. 100%. Because you have to be quite pathetic. I know I was. To be so controlling, insecure, stuck in the past, pee-pee obsessed. I know that, but I don't teach women to pick pathetic boys. I teach women to pick strong boys. A womanizer? What does a womanizer have to do with consensual sexual history? What is the correlation? children. I asked a question. What is the correlation? So you didn't answer the question. If you don't answer the question, I'll delete you for the sin of boring me. Do you need me to repeat the question? Morning, Krista. By the way, ladies, pee-pee obsessed throws out the number of pee-pees they like to think about. Throws out the number of pee-pees they like to imagine smacking against their foreheads. So if they're not throwing out a number, it's because they're not thinking about that many pee-pees. But if they're throwing out a number, it's because they're thinking about that many pee-pees. Body count doesn't matter to the people who practice logic and stick to facts. Cool footage. How cute. Hi, Mando. Hi, Sunshops. Turn the lights on, baby, turn the lights on, baby, turn the lights on. Oh, you're so sex obsessed that you can't look at a person without thinking about genitalia? Is that you? Is that you? Because I teach people to be deep, not shallow. So when we are looking for a long-term relationship, we are looking at these qualities. People who ask, what's your body count, are too shallow because they're below the belly button. They're asking, tell me about the activity of your genitalia. We block and delete those people because we're not shallow. We are this. This is what we focus on. So we don't bother with shallow people. We just block and delete them. Crave deep connection with my inner circle. Yeah, that's you. You keep mentioning genitalia. Your focus is genitalia because your focus is body count, not who somebody is, right? Am I married? Yeah, been with my husband for 20 years. If you want what I have, a long-lasting, happy, functional, close, intimate, affectionate, communicative relationship, just follow my lead. I will show you how to achieve that. I've got 10 books on the subject. This is how a woman will ensure she picks the right person, somebody who's focused on character and personality, not genitalia. This is how a man ensures he commits to the right person, somebody who's focused on character and personality, not genitalia. Now we get pee-pee obsessed males who want to come here and talk about my husband. I get rid of those pee-pee obsessed males. My husband's not interested in these people, so I block and delete them because they're just really wrapped up in their obsession. And that's a mental illness. We get rid of mentally ill people here. We don't let them stay around. So this person is enraged when you tell people they never controlled you and they never will because you're an autonomous person. So understand that those people are highly dangerous for you. So if they're enraged at your autonomy, just block and delete them because they're toxic. Morning, Cece. Hi, Dondra. Yes, Dren, right? It affects the spiritual DNA of a human. So watch me prove that this person is a liar by telling them to prove that they're not lying. So Wonder now has to bring title of the peer-reviewed study, website is on, page number and paragraph number that states that that is a scientific fact. So Wonder, if you say one word that's not providing the proof that you're not lying, I'll delete you for lying, fear-mongering, and disinformation. By the way, don't test me. I always follow through on what I say. Block, delete. I always follow through on what I say. Good morning. Hello, thank you, my love. Turn the lights on, baby, turn the lights on, turn the lights on. So I'm doing something a little different today. I brushed my hair, but I didn't wet it. I'm just letting it stay fluffy. Oh, yes, these BOPs. Yes, the BOPs, the boring, oppressive, PP-obsessed boys that come here every day, right? Get your BOP bingo card, ladies and gentlemen, in the link in my bio. The BOPs are coming in. We turn them into bingo colors because it's how we make them less boring because they're so repetitive, right? My experience. Exactly. Experience is education, right? Now, only insecure, controlling people want somebody who's inexperienced and uneducated. Ripa. Controlling who? Hi, thank you. We don't need lectern. We use data, right? We gather data, assess data, react appropriately to the data gathered. So we don't need luck because we're data gatherers. Why are you barking at nobody? Okay? That is an unreasonable thing to do. So no more of that. No, the data is being gathered right now. Everything you say, data. Ripple, what? Everything you say is data. Everything you do is data. Everything we witness is data. We are data gathering. What you are showing. We don't ask you how many people you did or didn't do. We can't go look at that. So we look at who you are, gather the data. And if we see that you're controlling, insecure, stuck in the past, PP obsessed, that's not on our list. We're not looking for that. So we just block and delete you because the data shows us you're not qualified to stand by our side. If it doesn't matter, post your account. Look at this guy. I want to think about other dudes when I look at a female. So when I see a female, I tell her to tell me to think about 100 dudes because I'm pee-pee obsessed. I like to use women, run through them to my fantasies about dudes. I like to think about 100. Eh? Look at you. What a loser. The emotional guys, because the men are amazing. They're not emotional, they're logical. These illogical, emotional boys, these guys that are the block and deletes, yeah, they're showing us exactly who they are. Exactly who they are. Angry little guys. That's okay. Be angry, little guys. Be angry. Nobody's going to stop you from being everything you want to be, but we just don't pick the ones who aren't what we want. So you can go ahead and be as dysfunctional as you want and get blocked. Be as controlling as you want and get blocked. Be as illogical as you want and get blocked. So Kat, whenever there's a male that says the more males a female has been with, the more she loses value, I like to point out how that male just said, my belief is males have a less than 0 value, because if I was a 1 out of 10 with a 0 out of 10, I'd still be a 1 out of 10. If I was a 1 out of 10 with somebody worth less than 0, in other words, a -1, now they reduce my value. So when a male says, males reduce women's values, that male is telling you he's worth less than 0, telling you right to your face. So go ahead and block and delete them immediately because they're just a waste of time. No, listen, you're a -1 if you say you reduce women's values. That's just math. I wish I had this book 20 years ago. Never too late for you and your friends. And then for any teens that you know, I wrote this one so that they'll never need no more assholes. If you want the paperbacks, it's on Amazon. You can also get the audiobook in the link in my bio. Hey, Ken.
Hey there, how's it going?
Good.
Good, good. Yeah, so oh, that's cool. Congratulations on your books. That's very impressive. I do have a challenge to your idea that body count doesn't matter. Um, my main point would be the worry of STIs,
Okay, so
HPV.
hold on. Do you know what a corn star is?
Yeah, I do, yes.
You do. Do they have a high body count?
Yes.
Do they have an STI?
Yeah, that does happen.
That really? Really?
Absolutely.
Well, wait a second. If you worked in construction and you were unsafe for your coworkers and you endangered your coworkers, would you get fired?
Yeah.
Yeah. So do you think in the corn industry, there's safety put in place so people don't endanger their coworkers? Do you think they follow certain safety rules to ensure they're not endangering their coworkers in the corn industry?
Well, there is mandatory testing, but
Yeah. Well, what else do
yes.
they do? What else do they do to ensure they don't get diseases and endanger their coworkers and get fired from a very lucrative job?
Well, I'd argue it's not very lucrative. It really depends on
You don't
a
know
very
how much
small percent.
money corn stars make? You
I
don't
couldn't give you
know?
the. Can you give me the exact
Wait a
figures?
second. Wait, you're unaware that this is an industry where women get paid more than males?
Yeah, I never said that they didn't get more than males.
Oh.
Why are you making straw man arguments here?
Oh
When did
man,
I,
we're
hold on. When
talking
did
about
I ever
STDs.
say, when
We're
did I
talking
ever
about
say,
STDs, and I'm pointing out how
uh-huh.
safety, when safety is practiced, STDs don't happen. That's what I'm doing. Straw man. He called it a straw man argument to point out exactly how people practice safety and how people with high body counts can be so safe. They don't get an STDs, but he calls it a straw man because it doesn't align with his disinformation. Right? Eh? Isn't that funny? Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Why are you policing people's thoughts?
Why am I what? I said, why
Why
am I what?
why are you policing people's thoughts?
Oh,
Yeah,
so did I go fetch you and bring you here? Did he leave all by himself? So let me answer this absolute moron. I didn't go get him and bring him here, but he made the false accusation that I'm policing people. He came here all by himself, stayed as long as he wanted to of his own free will, and then says I'm policing people. Ladies, do you see how irrational these people are who say body count matters? Do you see how they make up irrational stories, paint themselves as a victim, deny actual reality to be in victim mode because they're so weak and delusional? These are the people who say body count matters. They're weak minded and delusional, and they want to be a victim so bad. They want to deny reality like testing to get facts. I'm going to make up stories based on numbers, but don't ask me for facts. Don't ask me for testing. Oh no, we don't talk about testing. We're super spreaders. We ask for numbers and tell ourselves stories based on the numbers. Right? Look at this guy. He says married to a simp because he can't look at me without thinking about male genitalia. When he looks at a female, automatically thinks about a boy because he's pee-pee obsessed. Poor, 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 poor losers. Poor, 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 poor losers. Eh? Poor, 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 poor losers. He got muted in the comment section. Why is that? Because he had no respect? Because he had no self-control? Why is that? No self-control. These losers who say body count matters. No self-control whatsoever. Dysfunctional, delusional, abusive, stuck in their imagination, no feet grounded in reality whatsoever. And they think us intelligent women want anything to do with them. This is why we let them talk now. This is why we do observation before selection, no kissing for 3 months dating rule. We're going to find out what's in their head before they get kisses, sex, exclusivity, or sleepovers at our house. These guys think they're going to tell you body count definitely matters. What do you mean no kissing for 3 months? That's insane. Right? Well, you know, these ones that are obsessing about other boys' peepees who don't want us to have comparison points is because they know they're inadequate. Look at this guy. He feels nothing. His tiny peepee doesn't touch the size. Right, Peter?
Hello? I think you have.
You don't have any thoughts, Peter. You have no thoughts. You have none. You have no thoughts. That's why we eliminate you. Bye. This guy has no self-control. He looks at a female, thinks about 500 dudes nailing him. He wants to be the female. He's got no self-control.
Shut your fucking mouth, you
Look at this
whore.
loser, ladies. All you need to
I'll
do
play
to trigger
tic-tac-toe
a
on your...
loser, all you need to do to trigger a
Shut up.
You
loser
first.
gets triggered when you say you never control me and you never will. A loser is triggered. A loser is triggered by your autonomy because a loser can't handle strong women. A loser can handle a woman making her own decisions. A loser is too insecure and inadequate for an informed, educated woman. All you need to do to trigger losers, ladies, is tell them they never controlled you and just let them yap. Watch them lose it. When they ask what your body count is and you go, I don't know why. Nobody ever controlled my sexuality. I did whatever I wanted. And this loser is going to go, what do you mean you did what you wanted? Body count matters, right? Do you see the losers? All you have to do to find out if he's a loser is let him talk. Don't occupy his mouth with your kisses. Look at this guy, money, 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 right? Because if I teach you to eliminate losers, he gets rejected. He wants me to be embarrassed, ashamed of myself that I sell you a book that educates you on how to delete losers forever. Never will you ever have another loser in your life again. He wants me to be embarrassed that I'm selling you a paperback, an audiobook, an ebook, a workbook with bonus material. He wants me to be too embarrassed to show you what I sell because I sell you freedom from abusers. He wants me to be too embarrassed to show you that I sell you how to tell them apart from the men you want. These losers are block and deletes, and he wants me to be embarrassed. He wants me to be quiet. Your voice, right? Your voice would make him go limp. That's because I have a female voice, and you like the boys. You're demeaning to women because you like the male gaze when they look at you and clap their hands like a seal, watching you demean women because you don't like women. And you're getting the attention of all the other boys who don't like women but like boys instead. You don't come here because you like females. You come here because you like pee-pees and you want women to feed into your pee-pee obsession by telling you how many to think about when you ask a female what her body count is. I want to tell you, your religion, your culture that said it was wrong to like boys, that religion and culture was wrong. Stop running through women like a ran through male to think about pee-pees. We're not interested in your obsession. We block and delete you at the first sign of your obsession. Watch this loser disappear. Block, delete, forever. The loser. That's how you get rid of them. Look at this latest one here. He doesn't want women to have sex with him because he likes boys. Block, delete, cleanse, remove. These losers who like boys don't like women, but they come in our environment trying to get our attention. We block and delete them. We make them non-existent. Why is religion wrong? You can have any religion you want when you turn it into a system of control. You're delusional and mentally ill. Watch this. I'm religious enough to think I can tell people what to do with their bodies and sexuality. I'm delusional enough to think I can tell people what to do with their bodies and sexuality. We get rid of you mentally ill people when you hide behind a disguise called religion.
She's not saying she's against the gay community. She's saying she's against people pretending to be something they're not. Don't act like you like women when you really don't.
Look at this guy disappear. Watch the block, delete, cleanse, remove the loser. Just like that, you make them non-existent. It's so easy. Couple buttons pressed and they disappear from your life forever. Forever. Farewell to the Western world. Yes, let's do it. Let's kill this ideology that women are things. We're going to kill it, ladies. We're going to make it DEAD, dead. Dead on arrival. As soon as you meet one of these boys, you block and delete them. Dead on arrival. As soon as you find out they think like that, dead on arrival. Block, delete, cleanse, remove. It is under your control to never, ever be abused again. Every single one of these people who say body count matters are controlling, insecure, stuck in the past, PP obsessed, in other words, dysfunctional. But they don't take accountability for their dysfunction because they don't take responsibility for their own thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. If you don't delete them, you will suffer their dysfunction.
For TikTok's sake, can we say end this ideology?
Sorry?
For TikTok's sake, can we say end this ideology so that you don't get flagged?
They're in this ideology. Exactly. Thank you, Professor. Your tactics are gross. You mean observation before selection grosses you out? You don't like it when women are going to identify that you're subpar? Observation before selection is gross, as per this person, ladies. Why do you think they don't like it? What's my book about? Which one? I have 11. The book for men to find the right long-term partner. The book for women to find the right long-term partner. The books to heal faster from breakups. The books on how to be a functional partner once you get into a relationship. The book on self-esteem. The book on career coaching. The book on elevating your happiness. I got lots of books. I'm going to do a book walkthrough, show you all of them, okay? Yes, I'm going to do a book walkthrough, my love. So a book walkthrough is where I introduce you to each of my books. All right. Lots of emotional guys adopted. Men are amazing. Men are in control of their thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. That's why we love men, because they're so amazing. They're such a good selection. So here we go in order. Comeback Queen helps you heal faster from a breakup or divorce. No More Assholes is the woman's dating book where she learns how to tell the difference between a guy, a selfish short-term thinker, so she can eliminate him, and a man, a generous long-term thinker who is who she's looking for, so she can select him. So no more mistakes equals no more suffering. No More Assholes is also in Spanish. Men who want to heal faster from a breakup or divorce and select the right long-term partner, your book is the perfect play. When you start a brand new relationship, you make it solid from day one by using After the First Kiss to avoid pitfalls and self-sabotage. Fix That Shit is going to take you further into communication, conflict resolution, having a zero-fight relationship, because you are learning how to choose functional behaviors and be a functional partner. We got Fix That Shit for men and Fix That Shit for women. Here comes this guy. Ready to look up Rochill for the block, delete, cleanse, remove. Block, delete, cleanse, remove. There you go. Just like that. Speaking of guys like him, here's a free dating book called Fake Love Need Not Apply, How to Identify and Remove Posers, Losers, Scammers, and Predators. Dating 101 is for your teens. Let's help them make sure they didn't make the same mistakes we did because we were uninformed and uneducated. So now we're going to reach back and catch them early and bring them up to speed. These are for your mental health, emotional well-being. So the Glow Up Journal is a 60-day guided journey to increase your self-esteem by biohacking your brain with specific exercises of daily writing and doing. Say Yes to Goodness, 10 Steps for a Complete and Happy You helps you elevate your happiness in 10 key areas of your life that affect you mentally and emotionally. Custom Made is career coaching. This is 2 parts, identifying and monetizing your purpose, passion, and talent. This is a workbook to writing exercises at the end of every chapter. And then we also have these 3 workbooks that have bonus material. So there's the Fix That Shit for Men workbook, Fix That Shit for Women workbook, No More Assholes workbook. So get your workbooks, paperbacks, your audiobooks. My 2 audiobooks are No More Assholes and Fix That Shit. Ebook bundle deals, free book, free starter guide for singles, free starter guide for couples. All of those buttons are in the link in my bio. So go get yourself some freebies, my love.
There's an author. There's an author. I don't know if this is a real person, but they're going by the name Jules Calder, who is creating AI generated AI generated biographies about TikTok people.
Okay.
I've been keeping an eye out for you to see if they come up with one about you, because they're writing it under the guise that you wrote it, right? Yeah, it's becoming an issue. Hopefully someone stops them before they get too much further, but they've written a few books now and are putting them out on Amazon.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I've been keeping an eye out for yours to see if they come up with you.
I love it, my love. Thank you.
I think what they're doing is they're taking all of the social media content of the person, putting it into an AI like Chat GPT type thing, and then having it write a book essentially, and slapping the biography of so and so, Chantel Hyde.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So that is interesting, and I'm certainly aware of how that can happen. I had a business meeting yesterday. Interested? What do you mean that body count doesn't matter in a female? I don't say that. Body count doesn't matter, period. The number doesn't matter no matter how high, no matter how low. It is irrelevant. It doesn't discern personality. We see a lot of guys here, a lot of people here with a low body count with an absolutely disgusting and disrespectful and unintelligent personality. These are not people we would select for a relationship. So their low body count doesn't qualify them, because their low body count doesn't make them a good human being. A high body count doesn't disqualify somebody, because it doesn't automatically mean they're a terrible human being. So no matter what the number is, it is irrelevant. So logical people who stick to facts and practice logic don't ask for a number, because it doesn't give us the information we require. What's the information we require? What is your character and personality? And do you have an STI, STD I need to watch out for? A number doesn't give us that information. Testing from the doctor tells us if there's an STD, STI to watch out for. Observation over minimum 3 months is going to show us what kind of character you have. You don't think deep-rooted trauma can be reversed? Why is it consensual sexual activity is traumatic in your mind? What have you done to people to think that when there's a sexual encounter, it leads to trauma? How toxic have you been behind closed doors for you to say that? I want an answer, by the way. Hi, Super. I think amazing.
I just saw the live. I just scrolled in here. So is the topic just what it says in the header, or is it like encompass, like cover generalized relationship advice or?
Yeah. So my name is Chantel Hyde. If you Google who's Canada's best life coach, you're probably going to see my name.
Nice to meet
So
you,
the
Mrs. Chantel.
open forum is if you wanted advice for yourself on any particular subject. If you wanted to talk on the debate subject, that would be the body count doesn't matter one. We're only discussing that in a factual or scientific way, not an individualized way, because of course you
Right.
can want whatever you want, and so can I, without other people interfering, right?
Right. To each his own. Yeah, this is my first time talking about relationship advice. I don't know. So I had a girlfriend in the past, and I have kind of a high body count, and she didn't care about that, but she had like a very super low body count, and I was let's just say I was like the first one, right? And we were dating for 3 years, and we broke up, and I haven't been dating anyone or seeing anyone since, and I don't know, her body count didn't really like matter to me when I first dated her, because I lived in America, and you know, in America it's pretty common to have like a high body count where I lived, but where she was from, it was very common for her to like have a low body count. You know, it was like this cultural myopia. So it was interesting. I learned a lot. She learned a lot. But I am, you know, from like Romania, so I kind of understood where she came from. But now I'm asking you, my question is, going forward, what should I prioritize, and how do I get over such a long relationship?
So I wrote a dating book for men. It's called The Perfect Play. And this is 2 books combined in one. So the first part is to help you heal from a breakup and get you through that healing process faster, because when you do certain things, you can speed up your healing process. So if this is how long your healing process would normally take, we're going to expedite it by being intentional with certain behaviors that facilitate healing. So I'm going to teach you the behaviors that are going to facilitate and speed up your healing process. And then the second part of this is teaching you how to date efficiently and effectively. Efficient and effective is observation before selection. Inefficient is selection before observation, and then working backwards, hoping the person you selected is the right person. But if you develop emotions in the meantime, you'll hold on to them for too long, hoping they'll change once you find out what they are missing that is important to you. A much more efficient way is to define yourself. Now, this is answering the question what you should be focusing on. So do you see these words here?
Yes.
So when you define yourself and you find yourself in these words and you write them down because this is who you are, this now becomes your list of who to look for, because that is fair. It is fair for you to seek what you offer. It is unfair to seek what you yourself do not provide. For example, if you were lazy, if you had no work ethic, it's unfair for you to say, I want to be with somebody who works hard. If you have lack of financial responsibility, it's unfair for you to say, I want to be with somebody financially responsible, because your laziness and irresponsibility is going to frustrate the person you're with.
Right. That's a fair point looking at it, yeah. Okay. I try to be as, not as hypocritical. Everybody falls short, but I try to say I do my best. But yeah, I guess I gotta, I don't know, just hit the bar and go riz them up, how the youngins say it nowadays.
That's one place. Do you have any hobbies or activities that you see yourself doing with the person you want to be in a long-term relationship with?
I like to travel a lot, and I like to read, and I like art, I like museums and stuff, all of history.
Okay, well then instead of hitting up people in bars, why don't you start conversations in libraries, bookstores, museums, and why don't you?
That's a good point. I have, and it was hooking up with the old lady at an opera house.
I'm still talking, so when you stop, I'm going to finish what I'm saying. So go hit up people in the places that offer the kind of activities you like to do, and you like to be with somebody who does those activities, and also create an online dating profile where your first picture is you on a trip. So it really portrays you doing what you want to do with the person you want to be with.
Everything was good, but I wouldn't do dating apps. I don't like dating apps. It's
okay,
too
so
much
that
more.
advice was for anybody else watching.
Oh, my bad. Okay, I didn't understand. Okay. I get it. Yeah, dating apps are nice. I guess they're quick and cut the time short. But I like what you said. Museums and like opera houses. Yeah. That's good advice. Bars usually, yeah, you kind of fall short of what you want to see. Meet a history enthusiast or whatever. So
right.
More easy.
You never know. I met my husband in a bar, and we were both very intelligent, ambitious, hardworking, responsible people.
Oh,
You
That's
never,
nice.
but just giving you more opportunities, opening your mind up to different places.
I appreciate that. This is why I came here to learn and to listen.
I'm here to teach, my love.
Thanks.
Any other questions?
Well, any other questions? No, I think you covered it pretty well. Thank you for your time. Thanks for letting me come here, I guess.
Anytime.
Okay. Yeah, I will leave now. I won't take your time, and have a good day.
Okay,
I don't know how to leave, though. How do I leave?
I'll help you.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. That's what she said. Miyagi, hello. Alphonse, hello. Ripple, what happened? Stop lying to people, says the loser. Listen to my delusion. I controlled you before I met you. Duh. Says the loser. Says the lying loser. You never controlled a woman and you never will. And that's why you're so mad. Because you're so emotional. What do you mean I can't control you? I control nothing. So when I try to control women, I start to feel powerful. Because I can't control anything. I can't control my own thoughts. Can't control my emotions. I don't control my behaviors. So when I try to control women, I feel powerful. So when a woman tells me I never controlled her, she took away my power and I don't like it. Right? Look at this guy. Everybody look at him disappear. Block. Delete, cleanse, remove, because he controls nothing. I control my environment and I remove losers that are controlling on sight. Just like you should, ladies, on sight. You get rid of them on sight. Don't suffer them. Removal on sight. Block, delete, cleanse, remove. Hi, Reese.
Yo, what's up?
Good.
Yeah, can I respond to the background?
Yes, in a factual or scientific way. We're not discussing this in an individualized way because, of course, you can be whoever you want to be. I'm not here to change you in any way, shape, or form. I'm not debating you on you. You're not the topic. A factual way would be like this. Would you agree this is a toothbrush?
Yeah, that's a toothbrush, yeah.
So a fact is something outside of you and I, readily agreed upon on site because it is so obvious. And then the other way would be a scientific way. So I need to know the peer-reviewed study you read, if that's what you want to bring in terms of statistics, biology, psychology, sociology. So I need the title of the peer-reviewed study, website it's on, page number and paragraph number, to go find what you read before you say it out loud. And this is how I ensure there's no amplification of lies, fear-mongering, or disinformation.
Right, so I can give a source and you can give a source?
No, I don't pretend there's a science, but if you have a peer-reviewed study, website is on, page number, paragraph number, you can provide it right now. You can go look it up.
Yeah, can we both bring sources to have a good
I
discourse?
have 3 facts. I said facts or science. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I'm saying let's both bring it to the table.
So I have 3 facts for why body count does not matter to the people who practice logic and stick to facts. Would you like to?
Reese, let's hear your science, Reese. I'm very interested.
Yeah, no, I'm saying can we both provide
Yeah,
facts
wait,
so
she
we
just
can
answered
have a
you.
discourse?
So she just answered you. So I'm interested, since you have a science, I'm interested to hear it.
Yeah, so number one is that the reason why I say body count.
No. I said title of the peer-reviewed study.
Whoa, we don't have
Want
to
bring a
yell. Let's
science.
calm down.
You
Let's calm down.
said you want to bring a science.
Why
said
are you don't have to scream. I'm right
listen,
here.
why are you yapping? I can't hear myself. So if you're gonna
Screaming.
bring a science, I need title of the peer-reviewed study. Website is on, page number, paragraph number, before you yap. So I don't want to repeat myself. This is why I'm raising my voice, because you don't hear me, right? I said this all at the beginning. So if you didn't hear me, I'm going to say it louder. Hopefully it gets in this time. So you said you want to bring a science. What's the title of the peer-reviewed study?
Yeah, I'm getting there, but you're screaming and it's hard to have.
You're the first 5 times you said that. So title, please.
Dude, oh my
Title,
goodness.
please.
Complaining. We want the facts. Give us a title right now. Like just okay. So now Now you can do it in the chat, because all you could do when we let you talk was, I'm gonna complain and cry and be emotional. So you said you had title of a peer-reviewed study. Say it. Type it in the chat now. Type it in the chat. What was his name? What was his name? If he says anything but the title of a peer-reviewed study, I'm going to block and delete him for lying, fear-mongering, and disinformation. What was his name?
Reese. And you and I both know he doesn't have a title, a peer-reviewed study.
Oh, crazy women, bro. I say. But he didn't type the title. Block me? Oh, he wants us to block him because he doesn't have facts. He doesn't have science. He wants to yap his emotions. Block, delete, cleanse, remove the loser. Another loser. Here's this Jesus apparent lover, which Jesus hates him. Jesus hides in my colon when he sees a loser like that. Any loser talking about women's bodies as though they're supposed to be controlled, Jesus hates them with a passion, hides from those people because they don't listen to what the Son of God said. They read a book written by dudes with daddy issues. Oh. And they think we're going to listen to some dude who's all about daddy issues? We don't care about your daddy issues. Not at all. Not one bit. We block and delete boys with daddy issues. We want men standing solidly in their confidence. Men who take responsibility for their thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. Men who don't think they have to control women to feel powerful because they're so weak. Men who stand confidently in the present, not a weak guy, insecure about other dudes' pee-pee sizes. Rage, he's enraged. Look at that, ladies, enraged because you don't pick a loser. Enraged because you're not controlled by emotional males stuck in their imagination instead of logic and reality. Enraged because you're going to let them talk and find out who they are and get rid of the wrong ones. They're so enraged that they can't control your body or your selection. Oh, they're so mad, ladies. So mad. Ladies, how many of you have bought this book because you're tired of enraged, emotional males? How many of you bought this book because you're tired of their rage, tired of their emotions? Yes, this is advertising and you're selling my book. Look at them show up to sell my book for me, ladies. Look at them show up to be the free labor. Sin Shops is tired of their rage. More money off women's insecurities. What do you mean insecurities? I empower women to get rid of insecure boys, emotional boys, controlling boys. I love this. And the workbook. She got the book and the workbook. Do you see how you boys sell my books? I don't have to do anything but point to you and go, ladies, this is what you're going to avoid when you use my methodology. No more mistakes means no more suffering. Got it for my stepdaughter. Look at you, lovely little boys selling my books for me. You make it so easy by showing up and showing us exactly what we're going to get rid of when we get rid of the guys and we pick the men.
So I don't know if you remember yesterday, I muted Nick. I said he was towing the line. I told him to think about what he was going to say and try again tomorrow. And he's not doing any better. You can feel free to block him.
Block, delete, cleanse, remove the loser. Ladies, if you want what I have, long lasting, been with my man for 20 years, made up with him this morning because he's so delicious. If you want what I have, long lasting, affectionate, happy, functional, close, intimate, communicative relationship. If you want this, go ahead and eliminate this loser. He goes, that's a small rock, as though he could afford this baby, right? That's a small rock. Oh, what do you mean a small rock? Because you put it beside your pee-pee and it was the same size? Is that why you call it small? Because you know what small is. You look at it every day, right? Is that what you call small? I know, honey bunny. They're so demeaning and insulting because they're trying to hurt me. And all they're doing is showing you when you use my methodology and let them talk, no kissing, no sex, no sleepovers, no exclusivity. Minimum 3 months means you find out exactly what kind of dude he is before he gets access to your physical body. And by the way, size matters. So when you're having all the conversations in the 3 months, you better ask them what's in their pants, because we don't want any surprises. Thank you, Kat. Why doesn't a person's body count matter, Jacob? A person? He said woman as though it was only one way, but I know better. Hey, Jacob? Because, Jacob, your low body count doesn't make you a good human being. You trying to turn your rejections into a flex doesn't make you a better person. I have a low body count, I'm high value. No, bros, because nobody wanted you, because they took a look at you and they said, nope, 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 nope. This dude's a failure. Absolutely not. Yes, these guys use manipulation tactics. They don't want you to do observation before selection. They call it manipulation, to let them talk and find out what's in here before they get a kiss on your lips. By the way, the biggest scam in dating is a kiss on your lips before you know who they are. Now, if I give you a book here, and this book is a dating methodology that comes down to let the best man win, do you think the winners are upset you're going to select them? Or do you think the losers are showing up in my chat calling it manipulation tactics? What do you think, ladies? Who gets offended when you pick the best one? When you pick the winner? Is it the winner or the loser? Look at this guy letting you know exactly who he is, ladies, because when they're offended that you're going to practice observation before selection, they're already offended. You're going to reject them because they've self-identified as the failure. They self-identified as the disrespectful one, the dishonest one, the disloyal one, the one who's lazy, no work ethic, the one who's irresponsible. He knows once you see what he's about, you're going to get rid of him, block, delete, cleanse, remove, without him getting a kiss from you, without him touching your physical body, without him getting able to crawl on you for his 10-second seizure. If they're mad at me for teaching you to pick a winner, it's because they're telling you right to your face they're the loser you're going to reject, ladies. This is how effective my methodology is. It's so effective, they tell you right to your face who they are. Right to your face. He says she needs a doctor. Why? Because I'm clear enough? Because I'm wise enough, because I'm smart enough to not have any of these in my environment, and I teach women how to do the same. It looks like you're the enema. It looks like you're what we're going to flush out of our butts, right? And smart women use observation before selection. And of course, I teach my men to be smart as well, because I want the men to be with a woman, not a girl. I want the women to be with a man, not a guy. We don't hate men, we love men. Men are amazing. Take a look at what a man is. We love men. You call us man haters because you're nowhere near this. You're the guy we reject. But we love men, we pick men, and you hate men because we pick men instead of you. You hate men. When you come here say man hater, you're projecting your hatred of the quality men we select. You like to surround yourself with bros, dysfunctional, toxic guys. You love them, don't you?
In the chat, mad that you're not addressing women and saying this stuff to women because he wants so desperately to see women hating on other women. But this is the thing, my guy. There are no women in the chat saying the stupid shit that you guys are saying. Period. Show me one. Show me one woman in the chat who is saying the dumb shit that you're saying, who is against bodily autonomy, who is trying to belittle a woman and say that she should reduce her sexuality. Don't worry, I'll wait.
The book is for everyone. Your body count doesn't interfere with your selection of a long-term partner. If you're a decent human being, you deserve somebody at your level. And the number of people you did before you're ready to pick a long-term partner is irrelevant. The number of people you didn't do when you're picking a long-term partner is irrelevant. The only thing that's relevant is who you are and who they are, not who you did or who they did. But somebody who wants to distract you from facts, somebody who wants to distract you from the right place to look at, because the right place to look at is the present and reality, but they want to go into the past and imagination. That's called misdirection. Don't look at me. You're going to see my failures. We're going to talk about who you did in the past. That's the subject, not who I am. You're going to see I'm subpar if we do that. Right, ladies? So your antidote to abusive, toxic, irresponsible, dysfunctional, zero accountability males is to stay grounded in the present, examining who they are, minimum 3 months to detect their patterns after the facade falls off. They don't want you to do that, ladies. That's way too logical. When you get logical, you never get abused. You never get taken advantage of. You never service subpar males. They don't want you to be so logical because now you're in control of your environment. Discriminate by height. Look at the short king here. If I can control you in the past, you got to pick a loser. That's my rule. That's my law. Do you notice how dysfunctional and delusional they get, ladies? When you tell them they never controlled your body before they met you, they go, fine, then bank accounts and height don't matter, right? Because they're so weak and useless and ineffectual. When you say you didn't control me then, they try to control you now because they're weak and useless and ineffectual. And they want to treat dating like some kind of game. Don't look at who I am. Let me kiss you before you know who I am. By the way, body count matters. I got to make you feel bad about your past because I'm trying to manipulate your emotions and make you have low self-esteem so I can step on you to elevate myself because I'm such a loser. Such a loser. No wonder men are dating men. Please stop using us as a disguise when you actually like men. That's why we need to get rid of the ones that are PP obsessed because we're done being used as a beard. When you actually want to go down low because your religion and culture said it's wrong to like boys, your religion and culture was wrong. It's okay to like boys. Stop using women as a disguise. Hi.
Body count doesn't matter.
To the people who practice logic and stick to facts. I don't know. Dread removed him. He sounded sarcastic.
Dread.
Oh, this guy thinks he makes up rules for women. This specific rule he thinks women are supposed to follow. Body count at your age doesn't matter, but if you're 23, it definitely does because I just make up rules because I'm so delusional and mentally ill. I think I make up rules. Ladies, when you meet a male who thinks he made up rules for females to follow before he met them, instantly block and delete that delusional, dysfunctional, mentally ill, controlling male. Wow, a yeller? I get rid of yellers. Watch this one disappear. Block, delete, cleanse, remove. The loser. This guy says more than 5. Block, delete, cleanse, remove. Any guy who thinks he makes up rules for women to follow, block, delete, cleanse, remove. Look at this Dylan guy. He for the streets. We remove them. We make them disappear, non-existent. Bye-bye. See? Ooh, Bonnie Blue. Look at this. Another one showing us what a brilliant marketing strategist she is. I have yet to see a day where one of you doesn't prove to me she's a brilliant marketing strategist. She had an APB. Hey, hey, a thousand boys show up to be used by me. I'm going to make $1 million off your backs, not give a single penny to any of you, not a single penny. I'm going to use you, make all this money. And then I know that 1 billion more of you are going to say my name for free. So not only did I use those boys for free, I made money off those boys, and I'm using your mouth for free, and I'm making money off of you, because there's 140 people here. When you said Bonnie Blue, what does that mean? 2 boys are going to go send her some more money because they're going to be reminded about Bonnie Blue. They're going to go, yeah, I like Bonnie Blue. Or let me go see what Bonnie Blue did, because all these boys are talking about her so much. And they're going to go pay to go see what she did. And she's going to make even more money because she's a brilliant marketing strategist, and you just proved it. Because what was it, 180 days ago, she pulled that marketing stunt, and here she is using your mouth. You are proving she's brilliant at marketing. Hello. Yes, I sell a book to women who don't want to pick a loser. Look at this guy disappear. Block, delete, cleanse, remove. Hello.
Sorry, Brolis. I meant to send you the invite, but I guess I did it right as you unmuted. So you have to unmute again. There you go.
Speak or whatever. Hold on. There's a car coming by. So are you saying Bonnie Blue isn't wrong for what she's doing? She's just good at marketing?
She's brilliant at marketing, obviously, because if you count how many days ago she pulled a marketing stunt, and you notice that boys are still saying her name publicly for other people to go look it up, doesn't that show she's brilliant at marketing? Because word of mouth is certainly working, isn't it?
Doing it for marketing, but you could say that's a good marketing strategy. Yeah.
You don't think that was a marketing ploy, what she pulled?
Honestly, off of what I've seen of her, I don't think that's for marketing at all. I think that's
You don't think that was a marketing ploy? Well, maybe you should go take a marketing class and understand how marketing works.
But also, why I want to backtrack to what you said. You don't think she's wrong? Why would a woman doing what she wants with her body consensually be wrong? Why? Who is anyone outside of her to tell her that what she's doing with her body consensually is wrong?
Yeah, we have a set of moral.
Morals. Your morals are for you. Don't project your morals onto other people. That's subjective.
My morals mean that your mom would have snuffed you before the first trimester, because my morals is there should never be somebody dysfunctional existing on this earth. So there's my morals. Anyways, block.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying we have like a societal norm.
No. I'm practicing my morals by eliminating you and making you non-existent. See how I'm morally right? I'm morally right. I remove from existence any dysfunctional males, like any woman should. Look at me being moral. I'm morally eugenic. Yeah, if you saw it and didn't pay for it, that's advertising. I respect myself too much to leave Beatus around, so I just blocked him. He's morally bankrupt. That's right, Sean Marie. Block this one too. I love doing that. No, she went after young boys. How come you're not protesting the Girls Gone Wild people who went to Florida, went after young girls? Your protest seems to be one way. Does that make you a hypocrite? Huh, strange. Hi. I think it's a bad dial. Good luck taking money from delusional women. I don't need luck. I need you. I need you to show up and call women delusional so that they buy my book and avoid males like you that are demeaning and insulting and don't like when women make educated choices like removing losers. I don't need luck. I just need you to show up so I can point to your comment and sell another book. because you sell them for me. Look at this. Only the ones, what? Hey, sell me more books. Only the ones like me, only the ones who want a long-lasting, happy, functional, close, intimate, affectionate, long-term relationship with a man who's not delusional, with a man who's not dysfunctional, with a man who's not insulting, with a man who doesn't demean women. You're so upset that women pick the right male. I just need you to show up so I can show this book and say, ladies, this is how you get rid of the losers. You let them yap and find out how dysfunctional they are, and then you block and delete them. Look at this, women versus accountability. I take full accountability by blocking losers. Block, delete, cleanse, remove. Do you see that accountability? I took full accountability for my environment by eliminating that loser, making them disappear. Got a real question, why you kick me? If I kicked you before, I'll kick you again. Block, delete, cleanse, remove. Ladies, if you kicked them out of your party and they show up at the door asking to come back in, going, let me back in, I know I kicked him out for a reason. So when they go, let me back in, I don't ask them why I kicked him out last time. I don't need to remember that. All I need to know is I kicked him out before and I'll kick him out again. Right? Here comes this one.
No,
He's so
they
yappy.
were
Yappy males.
I brought them onto the panel, and I guess someone dropped them immediately. I would really like that if people are not on the panel, mods to
Hello.
Hi.
I think you're just coping.
No, I don't need to cope. I just eliminate. Watch this. Elimination. See, block. We don't cope with losers. We just eliminate them. Don't think about them again. That's it. Like, look how light my life is because I don't cope with losers. I deal with them appropriately, which is block, delete, cleanse, remove. I don't need to leave them stinking in my environment. I just take them out. And I go on with my life peacefully, happily. I deal with losers appropriately, block, delete, cleanse, remove on site. At the first sign of their dysfunction, bam, gone. That's what you do, ladies. At the first sign of their dysfunction, bam, gone. Okay? We are the winners. Oh, this guy hit on me. Here comes the block, delete, cleanse, remove. Block, delete, cleanse, remove. I don't want him around me. Ew, it do matter. Look at this guy disappear. Watch this. Block, delete, cleanse, remove. Do you see, at the first sign that they think body count matters, I remove them. Because what they're telling me is, I think I control women's bodies before I met them. I get rid of that delusional person. They're mentally ill. Exactly, Marley. Block, delete, cleanse, remove. Discussion. I need intelligent people to have discussions with, not dysfunctional people. I don't bother with people who are wrapped in their dysfunction and cannot acknowledge reality and logic. No argument. I don't argue with people. You can be whoever you want. We don't try to change you. When we recognize that you are dysfunctional, we remove you. We don't argue, ladies, because arguing is trying to change people. I want to help you be different. Absolutely not. We don't waste our time because you're not being paid to be their therapist. Look at this guy. I'm going to block and delete them. Block, delete, cleanse, remove. I don't care if he thinks I'm smart or not. I remove him because I don't want him. Hi. My mindset is the only one acceptable. Yes, my mindset is that you never control me, you never will. And if you think different, I block and delete you because it is unacceptable for me to keep somebody in my environment who thinks they control me in any way, shape, or form. Hi.
Yeah, hello? You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so why does body count Why doesn't body count matter? I want to
Body
hear.
count, yes.
I want to.
So I
Yeah,
have,
why doesn't it matter?
if you stop talking, I can answer the question. So
Yeah, it's
I
kind of
said,
delayed, so
okay,
I apologize.
if you just stop talking, I can answer. So body count does not matter to the people who practice logic and stick to facts. And I have 3 facts for why it does not matter. Would you like to hear the 3 facts?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, number 1. If a woman was looking for a long-term relationship and she wants somebody with all of these qualities, no less, does she need to observe someone over time to see if they have all of these qualities? Yes or no?
Repeat that again.
If a woman was looking for a long-term relationship and she wants somebody with all of these qualities, no less, does she need to observe someone over time to see if they have all of these qualities? Yes or no?
Yes, she should.
And if a man was looking for a long-term relationship, he wants somebody with all of these qualities, does he need to observe someone over time to see if they have these qualities? Yes or no?
No.
And how does a man find out who someone is without spending time observing them?
Because men and women are different.
And how? I said how. How do you find out someone's qualities without spending time with them?
No, you definitely have to spend time with someone, for a period of months or years, to be able to,
So
you
if a
know.
man wants a woman for a long-term relationship and he wants somebody with all of these qualities, does he need to observe someone over time to see if they're in fact this person? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, good. Thank you. Number 3, if somebody wants to know if the other person has an STD or STI, do they need to ask the person to go to the doctor, get tested, get the test results, and then show the test results? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. So is it not true that it's possible somebody could sleep with one person one time, catch an STD? Is that a possibility? Yes or no?
Yeah, it's definitely
So
possible.
if you ask somebody what their body count is and they say 1, do you have the facts about their STD, STI test results?
Sorry, say that again.
If you ask somebody their body count and they say 1, do you have the facts about their STD or STI test results?
You don't.
You don't, because you didn't ask for test results. So those of us who practice logic and stick to facts don't ask for a number. We ask for test results. Is it possible somebody could have a low body count, even a 0 body count, and not have all of these qualities? Yes or no?
Repeat that again.
Is it possible somebody could have a low body count or a 0 body count, but not be all of this?
Yes.
Yes. So if we ask somebody what their body count is and they give a number, but we didn't spend any time with them, we still don't know who they are, right?
Yeah, but
So
that's
hold
no
on,
facts.
Hold on. So people who
Doesn't make
practice,
sense.
so people who practice logic and stick to facts don't ask what someone's body count is. They ask for testing from the doctor and they do observation before committing.
Okay, but where are you trying to get at?
That
Like,
What?
the
where are
number
you trying to get at? It makes no sense.
What I'm getting
It ha-
at,
that literally has.
yeah, shut the
Can I
yapper up.
reply?
Shut the yapper up. What he's saying is it makes no sense to ask for testing to find out if they have an STD, STI, and it makes no sense to observe their behavior over time to find out who they are. That's what this guy said. What am I going to do with this guy? I'm going to get rid of him because I don't talk to people who lack logic. I don't talk to people who deny reality even after they admitted what reality is. I don't bother with people who are too stupid and says it makes no sense when I pointed out pure logic in simple words. Not a single word I said was a big word. He says it made no sense. So what am I going to do? I'm going to block him because logic makes no sense to him. And why would I waste my time with somebody who cannot make sense of simple words and logic? So
Tell it's because you didn't have a graph, like a picture book for him. Maybe that would have helped. I don't know. Maybe it wouldn't have, honestly, because that was crazy.
that was crazy. Why does he look at a woman and think about a boy? Is it because he's PP obsessed?
Hello?
Hi.
I did not mean to mute you. There you go.
No, no, it's okay. It's okay. You're good. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I just want to come up here and just say, like, um, how do I differentiate a person not based on their body count?
Observation. You spend time with them. Instead of asking what their body count is, you spend time hanging out. You ask them what their hobbies are. You ask them what they did sexually that they like to keep doing. You ask them what they've never tried but they're curious about. You ask them how they like to kiss to see if your kissing styles are aligned. You do a love language quiz and exchange your results to see what you like to do to show love and appreciation and how you understand shows of love and appreciation. You talk about your goals, your values, your timelines without asking how many people they had consensual sex with in the past, because that is irrelevant.
Yeah, no, that makes much more sense. Oh, sorry.
Are you wearing a scuba mask right now? Because whatever is happening with your mouth and face or whatever's going on,
I'm on a shitty phone. I hope you guys can understand. This is how my mic works because I've put my phone in water.
I can't understand. Sorry. Next.
Hi.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, thanks for taking me in here. So just a quick question. So now when you speak of logic, which I agree we should have logic, but is it only up to your logic? Because couldn't that be interpreted as you logically think of something one way, I think of something another way? Who's measuring it? It just seems like your logic is the ultimatum of all things right in the gospel.
Yes. Should I not practice logic to eliminate toxic and dysfunctional people? And should I not eliminate you if you disagree with me eliminating toxic and dysfunctional people?
Well, I mean that's your right, but I don't know that
Yes, it is my right. Absolutely 100% it is my right to eliminate toxic and dysfunctional people.
So you feel because I asked you the question, I am now toxic and
I can
against
label you. Why did you jump to that assumption without me actually calling you toxic and dysfunctional?
Right, you did not. So that's what I'm inquiring because I don't
I asked you
disagree.
a question. Why did you jump to the assumption?
I jumped to the assumption because again, you still did not answer my question. So
No, I
because you
told
didn't
But
you that yes, my logic reigns supreme in my world, and my logic is to eliminate toxic and dysfunctional people. And I should eliminate anybody who comes in my environment and displays toxicity and dysfunction. So then you jump to the accusation that I was calling you toxic and dysfunctional. And I said, why did you make that accusation when I never said you are toxic and dysfunctional?
well, two things there. I didn't jump to
hold
the
on a second,
assumption.
Unity.
I
Can we
made an
also just say that logic is not subjective? Logic in its final form is objective. Logic is logic. You can't sit here and say, but your logic is logical to you, but it's not my logic. That doesn't even make sense. So what you're trying to convey isn't even logical in itself.
well, that's not true. So I
That's
mean,
100% true. That's
if you're
100%
talking
true.
about if
That's
you're talking
100%
about
true. That's
scientific,
100% true. Go Google, is logic subjective? Come back when you have an answer. Or answer Chantel. I don't know. Maybe you can answer her.
No, I'll leave him to go Google your question. He can go do some research and come back when he's better informed. Hi.
Hi, I've only just realised I was in, sorry.
Was that a
Um,
file?
you what, sorry?
Did you mean to request that?
Yeah.
Okay.
But all I would like to say is do you think someone's promiscuous, yeah,
Okay,
do you
so
think,
first of all,
depending on how promiscuous someone is, reflects on their personality?
can you
Sorry,
hear
go
me?
on, sorry.
Can you hear me? Okay,
Yes,
so
yes.
first of all, we use proper terminology here. So the word you're attempting to use is promiscuous. That's actually a word designed to shame. We don't use a word designed to shame when we can actually use proper terminology. So the proper terminology is consensual sexual history. So anywhere you want to use the word promiscuous, replace it with the proper terminology, or I will remove you for attempting to shame people, okay? Can you do that?
I was responding to you. Right, okay. I appreciate you pointing that out to me, but I also don't appreciate the...
I don't care what you do or don't appreciate. Continue on.
Right, okay, I don't see what the attitude's for. It's a word everyone
I don't
uses.
care what you think about
I
my
was
attitude.
unaware.
If all
I
you're
was
gonna do is
unaware
complain,
of its
for
package.
being boring. Boring as a little boy that complains. I don't like being talked to that way. Wah. I don't like what you're saying. Wah. I don't like that you interrupted me. Wah. I'm sorry. If all you're going to do is fill the time with your complaints, I remove you for the delusional thinking that we're here to listen to you complain. We're not. Bye. Okay.
File your complaints in her DMs.
Less crying, more substance. Thank you. Yes. Hi. Oh, I think somebody needs to go look after their children. Please don't request up if you should be actually looking after your children right now.
Did you catch what I just said?
No, tell me. Sorry, say it again.
I said you can file your complaints in her DMs.
Good luck with that. You have a PhD in fabulous. Love it. Love to see it. Hello. 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 Okay, goodbye. Officially, Alphonse! Congratulations! Alphonse is officially a biologist. Love this, my love. Love this, love this, love this. Love this. Ooh, Bonnie Blue, look at this guy proving she's a brilliant marketing strategist once again. How many days ago did she pull her marketing stunt? And today she's using your mouth to market her some more. How brilliant is she?
Well, earlier some guy had said, so you're just recycling Steve Harvey's rule. Can you break that down a little bit for why it's not the same?
So Steve Harvey, his book is Act Like a Lady, Think Like a Man. That's his dating book for women. He says ladies should be doing no sex for minimum 3 months because he says if the fence is built too low, anybody can hop over it. You want to build your fence high enough that only the strong can climb over. So I said, okay, no sex for 3 months. That makes sense, but I'm going to commit if we kiss. That means I'm going to reject other people who could be better than this one. And that sounds like a mistake. It sounds like me making uninformed decisions. And I don't want to make uninformed decisions and reject the right person because I'm not having sex, but I am kissing the wrong person, meaning I'm still developing emotions for the wrong person because I'm giving him kisses and exclusivity. Even though I'm not giving sex, I'm still committed and exclusive, and it doesn't make any sense. So I took what he said and I made it more logical by making it no kissing, no sex, no sleepovers, meaning no encroachment, and no exclusivity, meaning I'm on date 3 with this one and I meet this one. He goes, can I take you out? I say, yes, indeed, sir. You look interesting, because this one might fall off on date 8. Whereas this one could be the one who rises above the crowd because he is, in fact, everything I'm looking for. And only a desperate loser demands exclusivity before my knowledge and insight. Only a pathetic loser wants me to make an uninformed decision to benefit him, the mistake, instead of me picking the man who's the right selection for me. Remember, ladies, a mistake always wants you to make the mistake of picking a mistake.
My response to him was, you didn't recycle it. You made it better, in my opinion.
Better. I made it more logical for you ladies, because Steve Harvey still wants you to give exclusivity to a loser. Steve Harvey still wants you to reject the actual good man that you should be choosing. Yes, been with my husband for 20 years. If you want what I have, a long-lasting, happy, functional, close, intimate, affectionate relationship, follow my lead. I have 11 books on the subject to show you how. Yeah. Mistake wants commitment before knowledge and insight. Sell your inferior information. So tell me what's inferior about observation before selection and making an informed decision. What's inferior about that?
You spelled superior wrong.
Oh. Well, I'll watch him disappear just for being such a loser. Block, delete, cleanse, remove. I don't like it when losers talk to me. I really don't. I don't give them the right. So when they think they have the right to converse with me, I like to make them disappear, non-existent. Against men? Why would you say we're against men when we pick men? So many emotional males crying about women selecting a winner, not a loser, right? Thank you, Miyake.
Pull from her environment is not manipulation. That's called controlling her environment. That more people need to do that.
Yeah, I make them disappear because they disagree with women's autonomy. I make them disappear because they disagree with women's freedom of choice to pick the right man. I make them disappear because they're delusional, dysfunctional, mentally ill, but take zero accountability for their own thoughts and emotions. Just like you should, ladies, make them disappear. Don't bother with them. Cleanse your environment. Don't deal with these toxic losers. Get the garbage out. Put it on the curb to be picked up. Don't think about it ever again. Get rid of the garbage, ladies, and find your peace. Am I married? Yeah, been with my husband for 20 years. Go see us. Go see us in the pinned TikToks. Go see us in my pinned TikToks. Here on this page, go see us. I teach women how to set boundaries, and I follow through so that women are encouraged to follow through when they set boundaries. I bought your book last week. Hello. And then somebody bought 3 of my books. Just picked up 3 more of your books. Hello, Haley. These guys think that they can be disruptive and dysfunctional and they should stay around you. Isn't that funny? Ripple. My husband's right.
Can we also highlight the fact that anyone who's saying that you're manipulative for cleansing your environment or controlling your environment, they're attempting to gaslight you into keeping them around because they're benefiting from being in your environment somehow, which is typically draining you. So definitely remove those people 100%.
No, I didn't have kids. I tied my twos. My husband has two. I watched him raise them. I didn't have kids, and I teach women to not deal with big baby boys, right? Like, we're looking for adult men who are at our level, not some big baby boy demanding to be trained to be acceptable to us. Train me how to be emotionally mature. Train me how to be responsible. Absolutely not, big baby boy. We block and delete them. We don't want a kid. We want a man.
Worried about you asking. She just sees behind the facade that you're presenting and sees your intention behind the.
Who's worried?
No one's worried, especially the way you asked it. Is he happy? Shut up. Are you happy? Clearly not.
Body count doesn't matter, goes both ways. Doesn't matter how high, doesn't matter how low, doesn't matter who. What matters more than who they did or didn't do is always who they actually are. Anybody practicing misdirection wants to distract you from who they are because they know they are subpar, want you to focus on body count instead to ignore how subpar they are. Of course, we don't fall for that trap. We just instantly block and delete anybody trying to use that trap.
Less. Wagwan Gremlins, how is this a manipulation tactic?
You got to come with more. You got to come with more respect. Okay, if you can't even show up with respect, there's no reason for me to give you another ounce of my time or attention, because immediately your first words are disrespectful. Immediately your approach is disrespectful. And when people show you who they are, believe them. Hi, Dred.
Hello? A lot of emotions here today, I noticed.
Block, delete, another loser. See? Full of shit.
Yeah, I'm a wayward son.
Block. I know, eh?
Ripple made a left to get better service.
Cece, are you bothered by this person?
Overslept.
He wants me to be bothered. All right, let me get rid of him for you. If he's not gone already. Maybe somebody muted him.
I muted him.
All right. Okay.
Only come up in the box.
You're welcome, my love. It. Yeah, it. It's the right way to put it. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. No coming back tomorrow. Because we tell the universe we don't want them. So the universe doesn't send more.
Let's go. Do not collect $200.
Do not collect $200. You get nothing from us but the void. for your show of dysfunction. You get nothing from us but the void for your show of delusion. You get nothing from us but the void for your lack of accountability for your own thoughts, emotions, and behaviors, your control tactics, your disinformation. Nothing but the void. Block, delete, cleanse, remove. And look at us. Look at us when we do that. Unbothered, because we're never bothered by the garbage we put to the curb. It's just a job we need to do, right?
Black, delete, cleanse, remove, into the void, and an eternity of listening to Kansas.
Ladies, when they're bothered by your choice and autonomy and selection and power, just block and delete them. Don't let them yap at you for a second longer. Just remove them, block, delete, cleanse, remove. Don't think about them anymore. Custom made, say yes to goodness, and the glow up journal. Ooh, 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 ooh. Glow Up Journal, 60-day journey to increase your self-esteem with daily writing and doing, guided by me to biohack your brain and speed up the process. Say yes to goodness, 10 steps for a complete happy you, evolving your happiness in 10 separate areas of your life. Custom-made career coaching, identifying and then monetizing your purpose, passion, and talent so you make money doing what you love just like I do. Just like I do. I get paid teaching you to block losers. Could I be more satisfied?
Also, ladies, a little tidbit for you. If your ex uses another guy to make you jealous, you already won. Because he's still thinking about you when he's with another person, so obviously you didn't trade up.
Kitty Banana. Who are those people? And why are they in your life? Because you know you can choose your friend circle, right? Are they disagreeing with your body count because there's a lack of consent in your history and they're telling you you're wrong for pressuring people? Are they disagreeing with your body count because you're a 10-second pump, no more? You're very dissatisfying to the people you coerce into bed with you? They would be right. That would be wrong of you. STDs. Look at the super spreader. Doesn't understand what safety is, right, ladies? A super spreader asks you for a number, but not STD testing. Make sure if somebody asks you what your body count is, you instantly block and delete that super spreader. They're very dangerous.
That's right, Sean Marie. No STD test, no snacks.
Okay. Oh yeah, if they're asking body count but not STD test results, that's a spreader. Because they ask for a number, give themselves a story, go have sex with that person, catch whatever they have because they didn't ask for testing to show that the person was clear. And then they're going to go bring you that STD that they caught from someone else because they didn't ask for testing.
Testing,
Jim. Oh, guys, did you see the key? Did you see the key? Oh, let me show you what this guy just told you about himself, Mr. Micropene Low Value Garbage. Oh, goodness, we got a key. We got a key. Well, ladies, when he tells you he's a key, believe him. When he tells you this is all he got in his pants, believe him. When he tells you you can replace him with $2 because he's so low value, believe him. When he tells you he's garbage without a lock, you found a key doesn't open any locks, and you threw that piece of garbage out like the garbage it is, and he's telling you it's garbage without a woman, believe him. Believe that low value garbage micropene boy when he tells you to your face who he is. You believe him, ladies. You believe him. He wants the male validation.
Brothers Podcast.
Blocking them good, Banana.
There's guys out here wanting male validation. This is not the Taint Brothers Podcast, so I love to disappoint.
Yeah, these guys, all they bring is brain rot. They don't bring logic. They don't bring intellect. They don't bring facts. They bring nothing but brain rot. Just brain rot.
Hello, Rachel.
Hi, how are you?
Doing alright. Chantal will be right back if you have a question for her.
I had to go make out
Okay,
with my husband.
awesome, yeah.
I had to go make out with my husband because he's here, and I always take advantage of his face when it's around me.
Hi, Chantal.
Oh,
I've been inducted into the panel on the stage.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm amazing, my love. How are you? What can I do?
I'm fine, thank you. I just wanted to give a few minutes to you. I'm just gonna hop into a meeting. I'm actually producing a gala in September. That's career stuff.
Okay.
But yes, so I just wanted to say I finished your book. Thank you so much.
Wait, is it this one?
No More Assholes was, yes, I finished that one. It's so good. I feel better equipped. I have been doing a lot of healing work over the years as I've been following you and you know parts of my story. But this is just very good reinforcement work, if that makes any sense. I am going to apply your 3-month no kissing. Oh, thank you. My no kissing rule. And then re-establishing the importance. I think that list that you have that is laminated that you always show with the list of things that a person needs to be: kind, generous, responsible, all of those things. Yes, that the long-term stuff. Just re-establishing those things, embedding it into my brain, so that I'm always consistently looking at those things. And of course, receiving that myself and ensuring that I am holding myself to those levels as well. I will be very transparent with you. I'm still not ready to go out and date. Maybe it's because my work takes up a lot of my time and I'm very engaged in my career and what I have. I don't have any children. I'm 34 now. But yeah, I'm not ready to kind of go out, although Toronto summers are the best summers and nobody can tell me any different. And I am enjoying time with my community and my girlfriends and just being in community, which has helped the healing journey. But I just feel that I will be prepared when I'm open to start dating again, if that makes any sense.
100%, because I say to people, even if you're not ready to date yet, when you do the work in this book, you're studying for the test, which means when test day arrives, you feel more confident.
Absolutely. So I just wanted to say and hop on and tell you that I did finish your book and I loved it so much. And I've been telling my homegirls about it and be like, you need to read this. And I bring up the rule. I'm like, no kissing rule. Women's physiology, our biology is very different. We get disengaged very different than men. And so when you put up that wall, it's one thing to say no sex after 3 months, but if you lift no kissing, that's a very different ball game for men. And they've never seen that before. So you'll be able to vet them based off of their response or on their pressure to you to try to shorten it to 2 months or just to try and test you to see if they can break you down. You have to hold to that standard. And then, of course, dating multiple people so you can, diversify your experiences with different people because there's great people out there, right? So, yes, that's all I wanted to say. I hope you're having a beautiful day, and I'll just give room for somebody else to come on stage. Thank you so
All right.
much.
Thank you, my love. Keep us posted, okay?
I will. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, lovely. So somebody had a really great question. Okay. Give me a second, my love, because I want to backtrack to this question. Tom says, what questions would you say are valid to be asking? Could you ask if they have children, STD test? Yes. So because you're doing no kissing, no sex, no sleepovers, no exclusivity, minimum 3 months, notice how you're not occupying each other's mouth with your kisses, meaning lots of opportunity to talk. You're going to talk about everything. You're going to ask for STD test results, latest test results. You're going to do a love language quiz to see if you are aligned in the ways you show and appreciate love. You're going to ask, what have you done sexually in the past that you want to keep doing? What are you curious about that you've never done that you want to try? What is your kissing style? How do you like to be touched? You need to ask all those questions to ascertain compatibility. You need to observe what they say after you ask questions. Ask them, do you consider yourself an honest person? And then look at what they do to see if there's discrepancies. Are you hardworking? And then look at their work ethic to find discrepancies. Are you responsible? Then look for irresponsibilities to find discrepancies. It's all about having conversations, but then also taking the time to look at reality as it unfolds over time to see if what they said matches reality. So all those questions, Tom, and then you look for the reality of the answers, not just listen to the answers. You look for the alignment of what they said and what they do. Hey, Wei.
One more thing, real quick, Chantel, before we move to Wei. And Wei, I appreciate your patience. Jay, what do you say to Jay, who says the man will get his needs met elsewhere and play along with your game?
So first of all, that's a guy. So Jay is referring to guys like him, right? Because that's what he would do. Because if they don't think it, they're not going to say it, right? So that's the type of person he is, because that's what he thinks about. When a woman tells him about a no kissing for 3 months dating, well, he goes, fine, I'll just go get my needs met elsewhere, right? So what that tells you is he's not looking for a long-term relationship, he's looking for convenient access to a body. So because you were holding your boundaries firm, he's going to move on, like he just told us here, because it's not about getting to know you, it's about accessing convenience. Now, because you're doing a thorough vetting process, Jay's not going to stick around long enough to give all the data you require. So it's a good thing you used to know kissing for 3 months dating or got rid of this loser who's just looking for convenient access. Okay, Wei.
From Jay to Wei.
You're welcome, Tom. Wei.
I invited him to unmute.
Can you hear me okay?
I can. Hi.
I wanted to understand more about validation in the sense that, like, when you've broken up, there's this cliche where the next time you bump into your partner, you've already got a new one and you're earning more money and you got a flash car and you're kind of like, you're doing better, right? And it's almost as though like in your face sort of thing. Is that what we're talking about when we say validation? Like, what do we mean?
So if you seek validation by surrounding yourself with people that you don't want but want you, you're looking for ego strokes. If you seek validation by being flashy on the outside instead of people taking the time to get to know you and they're going, gee, I really appreciate your honesty, your respect, your trustworthiness, your patience, right? So you seek validation by looking flashy instead of being validated for being a good human being.
So it's almost as though instead of doing things for yourself, like I forget your name, sorry, the gentleman that was speaking earlier, you're doing it for the sake of like winding her up, for annoying your ex-partner, rather than doing it for yourself. So she's winning in that sense.
I mean, speak for yourself, but people who just choose to be successful are doing it for themselves instead of to piss off other people. But if it pisses off other people to be successful, so be it. It doesn't matter to us because it's not what we're seeking. We're just focusing on ourselves and building our life up.
Right. And the other one,
perhaps
this
this
will...
will...
quick one about the 3-month rule, if I may, because it's been on my mind since I heard about it. And I'm a bit embarrassed to sort of bring it up. So what if you're doing the 3-month rule with someone and you agree you're dating other people, right? Well, what if while you're dating other people, you're kind of not doing the 3-month rule with them?
Well, then
like, does that unvalidate what you've been?
Right. You're not doing the methodology, because the methodology is to ask myself, where am I in my life? Am I still exploring opportunities, having fun, discovering my sexuality, trying kinks, curious about stuff I haven't tried yet, looking for a chance to try them? Or am I done this stage and I'm ready for a long-term relationship? So my methodology is to draw the line. And when I'm ready for this, I shut this down.
Okay. In other words, you abstain, you behave.
It's not abstaining. It's I'm satisfied and now I'm looking for this. It's not behaving. It's I'm satisfied and now I'm looking for this.
So does that come at some point? Do I just wake up one day and suddenly I feel satisfied and I don't feel like,
I don't know. But my students who want to use this methodology are making the distinction. They're saying, I'm done my hookup stage. I'm ready for a long-term relationship now.
Yeah. I mean, I never had a hookup stage. That's the funny thing, right? So since being single again now.
Body count doesn't matter, no matter how high, no matter how low. My husband never had a hookup stage. My husband is all of this, and so am I, which is why we are together, because like attracts like, and we don't fight and argue because we are so alike. We have no need to try to change the other person.
Okay. I could go on and on. I have so many things I could talk about, but I thank you very much for your time. I'll come back another time and talk about something else. Appreciate it, guys.
Wait. Before you go.
Yeah.
It was me that said the...
That's right. What's your name, sir?
It's Dread.
Say that again, sorry?
Dread.
Dread. Okay. Thank you, Dread. I appreciate it. I think you were on the other day when I was chatting before. Yes.
Yeah. Perhaps this will explain my point from earlier. Let's say you're building yourself up for no other reason than just to build yourself up to improve yourself.
Right.
Great. Go ahead, do you, but if you're building yourself up and throwing it in your ex-partner's face, then she's already winning in her eyes.
That's right, yeah.
Does that make sense?
It totally makes sense, yeah. Yeah, thank you, yeah.
All right.
Have a great day, I appreciate it, guys.
Thank you, Evan.
Hello. Oh, sorry.
Hey, Jenkins.
I interrupt him there. I wasn't listening. I was doing something. Do I need to bring up factual stuff, or do I need to? Can I ask my own questions?
You can ask questions. I always invite curiosity because it's a sign of intelligence, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, I was just going to say, right, when you let people in, obviously not all of them are going to be mature, right?
When I let people into the talkie boxes?
Yeah, like I'm in there now.
I do have certain standards. I need an intelligent conversation.
What is your most common answer or like common argument that you get from that person?
I don't get arguments because an argument is a lack of acceptance, and I don't argue with people. I always accept you for who you are, and I don't try to.
Common opinion in that case.
What's that?
Common opinion or point that they're trying to make.
we see it in the chat, right? It's very common for males, especially, to come here and say body count most definitely matters.
Mm-hmm. Now, one thing I would point out, right? Are you trying to say it's all men, most men, or
No. Body count does not matter to the people who practice logic and stick to facts, and that's not gendered. And body count doesn't matter. In other words, no matter how high, no matter how low, the number is never relevant, because the number doesn't tell you if they have an STD or STI, because you can sleep with one person one time and catch something. So we always need to ask for testing. And the number doesn't tell you what kind of personality they have. You actually have to spend time with them observing their behaviors to find out what kind of person they are.
So obviously, me personally, and this is just for me, I wouldn't like to kind of have a relationship.
We're not asking, right? I can talk about all the things I personally don't like. Like, I don't like rye bread. Does that mean you should stop eating rye bread and everybody should stop eating rye bread? Because me personally, I don't like rye bread.
White bread's good.
Right? So you personally, it's irrelevant. Whatever you like or don't like. I told you in the beginning, I'm not here to change you in any way, shape, or form. So I'm not here to hear about it.
So what makes you colonize?
If you want to tell me your thoughts and feelings, you can get a coaching session in the link in my bio, but I'm not conducting it there.
That's all right. What inspires you to come on and do these lives? You know, kind of argue against other people's opinions.
I'm not arguing against other people's opinions, because I didn't go fetch anybody and say what you think. People come here and say that what I'm saying is wrong because they have an opinion that they control people before they met them. Now, did you notice this loser have a meltdown because I spoke logically and calmly? This loser who thinks body count matters had a meltdown because I'm logical and calm. Do you notice how emotional these people are? How mentally ill they are?
12-year-old son doesn't even do that. When he was 6.
Hi, what do you want to say?
Me.
Hello.
One second.
He did something to his pants, Miyagi.
His mask dropped, right?
Yo.
Right.
Hey, y'all can hear me?
I'm sorry, but we're looking for somebody who's actually gotten out of bed today.
It's 0 or nothing, says the predator.
History of DV doesn't matter, right? It says the loser. Do you notice how hard they loser, ladies, when you say you don't pick controlling people? You don't pick anybody who asks what your body count is as though they controlled who you did before they met you. Notice how hard they loser, because they're so toxic and dysfunctional. When you speak your freedom, they can't cope. So they tell you how abusive they are. They tell you how dysfunctional they are. I don't know what this person's yapping about, but...
And another one gone, and another one gone. Another one bites the dust.
Didn't I just get rid of that person? Oh no, okay. All right.
Still time, depending on how
I
this
think there
goes.
should be a new type of body count for the amount of bodies that men have raped.
Bye, loser. Bye, loser. Bye, loser.
I just love being right.
Let me get rid of this yapper here. Yap. Afternoon, Lex. Hello, sir. How are you? Hello, Mr. Lex. Nice to see you. I want everybody here I'm going to invite Lex to come and talk if he can. I want all of the males that are here who feel like body count matters. I want you to visit Lex. I want you to follow him. And I want you to visit him on his live stream because he can talk to you about this in a way that I won't. Hi, Lex.
What I'm doing?
Good, my love.
Yeah, I will give men the a different kind of time of day, should we say, to have these discussions and go through all of those conversations. So yeah, usually live at 1 p.m. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and 7:30 p.m. UK time. So yeah, thank you so much for that.
Yes.
Hi, sister. How are you? I am.
Oh, never mind, Lex. I thought I was bringing you somebody with an ounce of intelligence, but apparently that was a mistake. So Lex is a therapist and he talks to men. He talks to males. He talks to what I call guys because men don't really need him because men are taking responsibility for their thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. But he helps the guys that are struggling. Lex, what is the most common thing you talk about on your live?
Usually it's about men unpacking misogyny and looking at the ways that patriarchy has harmed men's mindset in terms of their views towards women. And the biggest talking point, I think, is body count being a representation of that. And, you know, usually the options or the reasons that men tend to give for having an issue with body count seem to be rooted in misogyny or insecurities. So similar to you, where you're waiting for certain studies to prove certain things, I'm also looking for some myself. So we have these conversations in getting to the roots as to how people have come to, men have come to these quote unquote preferences. It's a really interesting word that men like to hide behind, I think.
I love this question. A says, a question for Lex, tips for a man for getting over body count.
I would always say that if you're ever out dating or meeting women, I would always say don't even think of it as a question to ask because it doesn't tell you anything about who they are as an individual. And if you feel like you need to ask the question, then it's coming from a place where you feel that that number is going to determine how this interaction goes. And if you're willing to be swayed by a number, then that is something that I believe you need to work on because you are not basically there to, you know, get to know them for a human being. You're allowing a number to determine how this will go moving forward. And that's going to actually hinder you of, you know, opportunities of having the chance to meet someone that can be perfectly compatible with you.
And the thing is, when you ask somebody what their body count is, you're likely, very likely, to go into your imagination and start picturing that person with other people. And that's going to give you what we call, what is it? A jealousy. There's a word for that, Lex. If you remember the word, please tell me. Retroactive jealousy. So you're going to think about them being physical with other people. You're going to have an emotional response to your imagination. And then you're going to, vomit that on the person in front of you.
Share it with that person. Those thoughts are going to circle in your head. And what you're going to be drawn to is more exit strategies rather than actually acknowledging the great things about the person in front of you. If you believe that body count is going to lead to certain behaviors, then you will see those behaviors regardless of body count, because if it's the behavior that you're interested in, seeing whether that determines compatibility, you don't need body count to justify it. Just get to know someone and find out how their behaviors are in general, and that will tell you whether they're compatible or not, regardless of body count.
So Lex, A is asking because they're conversing with somebody who does think body count matters. What are ways that he can approach this conversation that gets his brother using critical thinking? What are questions he can ask?
To know an individual without body count being brought up.
And I would ask him, I would say, would you say who you did is who you are? And likely your brother is going to say, no, who I did is not who I am. And then you would say, can you not apply that to other people standing in front of you?
That's it. A number does not tell you anything factual about a person. And, If you want to see whether or not someone is going to be the right fit for you, questions like that are very close-minded because you've already got your prejudgments on numbers anyway. And if we're completely honest, the amount of times we ask men what number is quote unquote too high, everyone's giving a different number. So if it was heavily rooted in anything statistical or factual, there would be a universal number that would be out there that everyone agreed upon, which they don't. So it's still contradictory.
And so I like to kind of walk people down a path of logic. So you ask them, is who you did who you are? He's going to say no. And you say, well, isn't it fair for you to apply that to other people? Another logical approach is for you to ask him 3 questions, which is, would you say that a woman looking for a long-term relationship, wanting all of these qualities, needs to look at somebody over time to see if they are this person? Your brother, if he's logical, will say yes. You say, what about you? If you wanted somebody with all of these qualities, would you need to be with somebody, like spend time with them over time to see if they have all those qualities? If your brother is logical, he says yes. And then you would ask him, if you want to know somebody has an STD, don't you need to ask for STD testing, not a number? And your brother would say yes. And so you say, look, brother, if you want to be logical, you don't ask for a number, you ask for testing and you observe someone's behavior, because somebody with a low body count could be an absolute douchebag. What would be something else he could say or ask his brother, Lex?
Well, I would say to ask what things make a relationship successful in your mind. If you ever tried to flip the narrative where you weren't allowed to ask someone their body count, then how would you get to know whether someone is compatible for you?
Right.
You have to get to know who they are.
I love that phrasing, if you're not allowed. So if you remove that question altogether, what are you going to do? You're going to use logic.
Absolutely. I'm going to have to shoot off because I've got dinner cooking. But thank you so much for bringing me up. I appreciate it as always.
People, follow Lex before he takes off. Hit that follow button. Make sure you catch his live stream. He is brilliant. Thank you, Lex. I appreciate you. So true. Yes, you're welcome, eh? Come back and keep us posted. Dondra got tired of this NMS guy. So this NMS person is very insistent about wanting to come up in the talkie boxes, but doesn't want to tell us in the chat what they want to come talk about. Doesn't that seem suspicious?
Yeah, I denied their talkie box privilege.
Yeah. Very suspicious. Hi. Hello.
Hi sister, how are you? Please 1 minute sister. Please, me from Syria.
We're not related.
Yeah, it's another one of those guys from the foreign land that uses TikTok for gifts to fund him and his family to get out of that foreign land.
Yeah. Hello, Linda. Linda, do you wish that TikTok didn't exist? Linda, listen. Linda, listen.
Give it a few months in the U.S. and won't exist.
Linda coming in. Hi, Linda. Oh. Oh, I guess I need to start thinking about lunchtime. I'm going to do a quick look walk here before I go into the kitchen, though. I see there's a request. Give me a moment, my love. Or Sam. Sam, give me 1 second.
Guys.
Oh, no.
Please 1 minute, sister.
You're not getting it. You're not understanding. Is that this guy? No, you gotta go.
Yeah, that was the same Sam.
Okay. All right. Trezzo, don't you want to? Yes, thank you. All right, lovelies. I'm going to do a really quick little book walkthrough. Yeah, I fed my husband. I can get the paperbacks on Amazon. I've got 2 audiobooks, No More Assholes and Fix That Shit. I've got ebook bundle deals. There's even a free book in here. Other freebies as well in the link in my bio. So Comeback Queen helps you heal faster from a breakup or a divorce. No More Assholes is how women make sure they don't make a mistake when picking their next long-term partner. I have 3 of your books. I love this moon. So this is how we use observation before selection, meaning no more mistakes, meaning no more suffering. No More Assholes is also in Spanish. Men who want to heal faster from a breakup or divorce and select the right long-term partner, your book is the perfect play. When you start a brand new relationship, grab After the First Kiss to make your new relationship rock solid from day one. Avoid mistakes, avoid pitfalls, avoid self-sabotage. Fix That Shit helps you be super functional by teaching you communication and conflict resolution. We have Fix That Shit for women and Fix That Shit for men. These work in any relationship. The free dating book is Fake Love Need Not Apply, How to Identify and Remove Posers, Losers, Scammers, and Predators. The dating book for teens to help them make sure they don't make the same mistakes we did and don't get pressured and coerced is Dating 101. Make sure you get them this book, my love. Glow Up Journal is a 60-day journey of writing and doing guided by me to biohack your body and increase your self-esteem at an expedited pace. Custom Made is career coaching. You're going to identify and monetize your purpose, passion, and talent. This is a workbook to writing exercises at the end of every chapter. Say Yes to Goodness, 10 steps for a complete and happy you. This is you evolving your happiness in 10 separate areas of life that are affecting you mentally and emotionally. Biohacking for the win. Always, I use science to expedite your journey. These 3 workbooks have bonus material. There is the Fix That Shit for Men workbook, Fix That Shit for Women workbook, and the No More Assholes workbook. So use the buttons in the link in my bio to get your paperbacks, ebook bundle deals, audiobooks, freebies. Don't forget you can get a ticket to Niagara Falls. Oh my goodness, all these males with their false accusations and made up stories and zero ability to cope with reality. Goodbye.
And another Bonnie Blue fan, apparently.
Yes. So Bonnie Blue is a brilliant marketing strategist, and Erin is proving it because, Erin, how many days ago did she pull that stunt and your mouth is still saying her name? Damn, isn't she good?
Are you leaving?
No, I'm going for lunch. I'm going to make lunch.
Oh, okay, good.
Yes. Don't leave me.
Get your tickets.
Get your
They're
tickets.
going out.
All the cool kids are going.
Canadian, not American side.
Oh, speaking of get your tickets. All right. I am so happy because I have settled one of the most difficult parts of my Niagara Falls event, which is what am I going to wear? This is what I'm going to wear in the morning for the meditation. Very beautiful, ethereal. And this is what I'm going to wear in the afternoon. In the afternoon for the talk.
I actually love them so much. I didn't know how the greenish one. I don't know what color that is. What is that called?
I would say like a limeish green. And I know people are like, I'm not so sure about that color on you, but I put it on and I showed Taylor and I showed my event planner and both of them were like, love the green.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, enchanting. Why, thank you, sir. So when you come to Niagara Falls, I will be wearing these beautiful dresses. I've also enlisted my friend Courtney to be my hairdresser. Her husband, Uwe, is actually going to be one of our DJs. So Courtney's going to come as well. And she is a hairdresser and she's a brilliant hairdresser. Whenever she does any of my friends' hair, it's such a beautiful job. Just the color, the shape. She's cut my hair a couple times. I love how she cuts my hair because it's a haircut that just lasts. Like it grows into even more beautiful. So I've enlisted her to be my hairdresser. I'm like, whatever we need to do ahead of time in terms of like cut and color, I'm in for it. And the day of, she's going to make sure my hair is gorgeous all day long.
Okay, so for people, do they get a ticket and they're showing their ticket when they get there, or?
So your name will be on my list. So you don't have to show a ticket when you get there. Just show up, and if I don't recognize you, give me your name. That's it.
Clear your name with the bouncer.
Right. That's you.
That's my question. Is that what you want me to do?
No, you're not checking tickets, my love. You're just around.
That's what I thought. I was like, I don't know. Yeah, okay.
This is you. You're just around. And if something goes wrong, I know Ripple knows how to handle it. But I'll have other people like doing logistical stuff. Yeah.
Right. That's what I thought. Okay.
You're not things. You are presence and protection.
Yeah. And I'm already I'm gonna write an email to the hotel staff and to talk to their security about some things, because the hotels have their own like safety stuff.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah. We have a section all to ourselves. We even kind of like have a staircase all to ourselves. So it's we have. I love the location. I love the setup. I love how beautiful it is. I love how beautiful we're gonna make it. I got a bunch of crystals yesterday. I got a delivery. I'm gonna show you. So I'm going to be placing these around the room because they're going to enhance the energy that we're doing. This is all the same type of rock, the same type of crystal, but they have, kind of hard to see, they have different colors, but there's a sheen to it because this is a unique kind of crystal. It has two strengths. It has a certain strength when you cut it this way and a different strength when you cut it that way. But the same rock, but different colors are going to awaken different things in us. It's going to clear energy. It's going to clear blocks. It's going to enhance intuition. It's going to open you up to your empowerment, to the things that you're meant to do. So we're really putting a lot of focus into the goodness of this event. Hi.
Hello. Hi, sister.
I think you're here to hit on people, and that's not okay. Citrine. I love Citrine.
Actually, he's like Sam. He's just seeking money from the people in the chat.
Yeah. Oh, no. You got to go. You gotta go, my love. We are all busy creating our own lives without asking other people to do it for us. All right? We want people that are busy also. Hematite. So these are kyanite. What, Ripple? Ripple, are you okay?
You're glitching out.
So these are kyanite. Yeah. Hello, Ripple.
Blink twice if you're okay.
Blink twice.
I don't know why. Okay, I'm done. Go ahead, Chantal.
Hello?
James.
Yeah, well, I had an opinion about the prompt.
An opinion. So we are discussing the prompt is the debate topic, but we're not discussing it in an individualized way because I'm not attempting to change you or your mind or your preferences in any way, shape, or form. You're not the subject. This is the subject in a factual or scientific way. A factual way would be like this. Would you agree this is a toothbrush?
Yep.
So fact is something outside of you and I, readily agreed upon on site because it's so obvious. In a scientific way is if you want to bring studies, statistics, sociology, psychology, anthropology, biology, anything like that, I need to know the title of the peer-reviewed study you read that information in, the website you found it on, page number and paragraph number. Hi, Chris.
No, it's just a discussion. Nothing crazy. I don't got a list of sources or anything.
Okay, so did you have a fact then?
Yes.
Something outside of yourself, and what would that be?
Women lose the ability to pair bond.
That's
Why are
a
they?
science. That's a science. So unless you're bringing me the title of the peer-reviewed study, website is on, page number and paragraph number, you just pooped in your hand and presented a pile of stealing crap and tried to call it science. So what's the title of your peer-reviewed study, James?
Oh, this isn't. I mean, I already told you that.
Title? What's
No,
the
I don't.
title? What's
You want me to?
He doesn't
yeah,
have.
I want that. Not a piece of poo that came out of your butt that you tried to show as information. I don't want poop. I want actual science, not some schmo who takes a dump in his hand and goes, "That's science." I'm too smart. I got eyes. You can't fool me that way. All he had was fiction. Poop in his hand. Poop in your hand is not science.
The DSM-5.
Red Wolf doing
Cassie.
that thing again.
That's what Cassie.
Dangerous women. That's what he calls educated, informed women who know what they like and don't like. He calls that dangerous. Women who have bodily autonomy aren't controlled by males. He calls that dangerous. Do you see how dysfunctional they are? Ladies, when you have autonomy and you are educated, you are dangerous.
I like danger, Gustav.
Well, maybe you're just not afraid of an actual woman, Dred. Right? Maybe you just aren't so fearful. Maybe you're not as weak as that one, because you have to be pretty weak to be afraid of women who know their own bodies. You have to be pretty weak to be afraid of males we're not even thinking about anymore.
Wolfie made a great point. A strong woman is only dangerous to weak boys.
That's right, my love. That is correct. Okay, we'll go make lunch now. So next week, I'm moving my live stream to 6 p.m. Eastern time because I'll be writing a book in the mornings and I need to write 5,000 words a day when I start writing a book. So I wonder what kind of crowd we're going to get in the evenings. I wonder.
Probably the happy hour crowd, because that's when TikTok becomes lively.
The happy hour crowd. I like that. Numbers will be higher in the evening. I think so too, Dondra. More unemployed emotional males. More unemployed emotional males. Yeah. I work. Miss Sean Marie, we're going to miss you. We're going to miss Diane. Well, I mean, she'll be there earlier perhaps, and then she starts her live stream at 8:30. Big goal, 5K words a day. That's how I write a book, my love. So one thing that I teach you is to study successful people in order to not reinvent the wheel. And so when I became an author and I started writing books, and it was obvious I was writing more than one book because so many book ideas were coming out. Even before I started writing my first book, I did study Stephen King and Anne Rice. Those are two prolific writers that I actually enjoyed reading. I read Anne Rice's biography and I studied what Stephen King said about his writing methodology. And I took what both of them did. I actually went into their bibliography and I looked at how many books they wrote per year to show myself what I could achieve. And I did have a year or two where I wrote 2 books in a year. And Stephen King writes 5,000 words a day. When he's writing a book, it's 5,000 words a day till it's pounded out. So all of Stephen King's books so far, yeah. So that's why I do 5,000 words a day. That's why my goal is 5,000 words a day, because I looked at an author and I didn't reinvent the wheel. If that's a goal for him, it's an achievable goal for me. Incel. That glow up mindset. Yes, indeed. That's a lot. Yes, Bob. But I like to work hard. I like to see the fruits of my labor. King writes so much. I notice he releases books all the time. Yeah, at least one a year. Love his work. Yeah, at least one a year. My love.
And James Patterson both write 1 book a year. But James Patterson has a collaborator with him, and King doesn't.
Mm. Mm-hmm. Women are the same what? Matters for both genders, says the loser. The loser. Controlling, insecure, stuck in the past, pee-pee obsessed. Yeah. I can tell where your focus is on genitalia, right? Because you're shallow. You're just below the belly button. You're writing a book. Have an outline, but I'm struggling to get started. Kitty cat. You haven't, okay, so here's the thing. You're struggling to get started because your outline isn't good enough. Can't connect. Watch me disappear, this loser. Here comes the block. Here comes the delete. Cleanse, remove. Adios.
And another one gone, and another one gone, and another one bites the dust.
It needs to be heard. You can do it. Kitty cat, is that you? Kitty cat that just said I'm writing a book, but yeah, I'm writing a book. Have an outline. Kitty cat, can you request up? I want to help you with your outline.
Sent her an invite.
Yes, thank you, my love. Hi.
Hi.
Okay, so now, do you have a manila envelope with all of your book ideas tossed in?
I have a notebook with all of my ideas written in it.
This is why you're struggling, okay? So I want you to do this methodology that I'm going to show you right now. Are you ready? Do you have pen and paper?
Let me grab one. Just a second.
Okay. Yes, you're welcome, my love. Strong women supporting strong women. Thank you for this space. You are so welcome. It's what I provide.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, so I want you to write down list, and this is what you need to have. And then I'm going to get into what you're going to do, okay?
Okay.
So your list is manila envelope,
Okay.
paper, and honestly, like I'll take scrap paper, like my husband's scrap paper printed on one side and I'll write on the other. So paper, doesn't matter if it's from a notebook you're going to tear sheets out of, or it doesn't matter if it's just paper, school paper that you bought, or scrap paper that you're going to reuse, okay? But you need paper, all right?
Okay.
You need paper clips. And of course, you need a pen.
Okay.
What you're going to do is that notebook that has all of your ideas, you're going to put each idea on a piece of paper, okay? Each idea gets a piece of paper. Each idea, no matter how small it is, ends up on a piece of paper. You got it?
Got it.
Your folder, you're going to write the working title on it, okay?
Okay.
When you feel like your folder has the book inside, so you're looking at this folder and you're going, I've pretty much put all the ideas I'm going to put in this book inside the folder, that means the book is ready to be organized. Got it?
Got it.
So now you take your idea of the book and you break it down into big chunks. Now you've seen how my books are divided into big chunks.
Yes.
Let me grab one of them to turn it. Okay. So do you see how in custom made I have big chunks? So here's a big chunk, grounding. And then here's all the chapters below that. And then here's another big chunk, clarity. And then here's all the chapters below that. So you're going to turn your book into big chunks. So this one had 7 big chunks. No More Assholes has 7 big chunks. The Perfect Play, the dating book for men, I think it has 5. This one here, my latest one, has 3. Past, present, and future. So divide your book up into big chunks. What are those big chunks going to be? This is the 7 steps in No More Assholes: grounding, clarity, courage, right? Shoot, I forget my own stuff because I moved past it. Intimacy, discovery, love, right? I broke it into big chunks. So let's see. The Perfect or Fix That Shit for Men. Here's the big chunks in Fix That Shit for Men. Right? So divided it into a big section. So big picture. And another one is relax your brain. Another one is love her up. Another one is conflict resolution. So think of the big chunks that your book is going to fit into and write out those big chunks. And then what you're going to do with the big chunks that you write up is you take a new piece of paper and you take one of your big chunks and you write the chapter headings. So you write the subjects that are appropriate for the big chunks, or you can take your pieces of paper and put them underneath each of the big chunks and then take those pieces of paper and turn them into a chapter heading.
Okay.
So for example, in this book right here, the 3 big chunks are past, present, future. Here's one of my pieces of paper. This one says necessary pink businesses. I know this is going to go into the future because that's a part of future planning. So I'm going to put this under future, and that might be the chapter title, necessary pink businesses. So I've got my big chunk. I've got a piece of information, a title heading. Now I'm going to take that title heading, give it another piece of paper all by itself. And then under that title heading, I'm going to make bullet points associated to that subject. So when I'm talking about necessary pink businesses, my bullet points might be women need protection from males when they are dealing with specific industries, like women need protection from driver's ed teachers because she's trapped in a car with him and he might spend the whole time complaining about his wife and child. Women need protection when they go to therapy because she's going to therapy to go get help, but he uses the session to talk about his life Women need protection when they go to the doctors. They might get groomed by a doctor. They might be touched inappropriately. So one of the bullet points is women need protection. And I'm going to put that in the chapter as the reason why we're talking about this.
Okay. No, that's great advice. I think because I'm writing a kind of like an informative memoir in regards to my relationship with an abusive narcissist, but I also want to include information that will help other women and even men too that are stuck in abusive relationships with narcissists to kind of bring awareness to spotting narcissists and letting them know like that there's resources out there that are available to help them, as well as to bring awareness to others who might have people in their life dealing with a narcissist, that it's not as simple as saying, oh, well, why don't you just leave? So my issue is like I'm having a hard time getting that to flow together.
So start by breaking it up into big chunks, and then under the big chunks writing chapter headings and putting your ideas that you put in your notebook with the paper clips, right? So you're going to take your chapter heading and your notes and you're going to paper clip the pieces of paper that are appropriate for that chapter heading. And then you take all the different paper clipped chapters and you attach it to that big chunk.
Okay, I see. No, that's great. I really appreciate your advice. I really want to start this book and it's been on my mind for a while. So
what you're going to find is once you've done this process of breaking it up into big chunks and then breaking those big chunks up into the chapter heading and attaching your notes to each of the chapter headings and attaching the appropriate chapter heading to the big chunk, now you have your beginning, your middle, and your end because you line them up in the way that makes sense to go through it in terms of a timeline for a person reading it, for it to go cohesively from one subject to the next. So now you have it all laid out, and now you take this entire layout and you put it on the floor, and you take your first big chunk and you take the first chapter from the big chunk and you start typing out your book.
I see.
And you type it out in order.
And to the person saying not to diagnose people with narcissism, it's pretty obvious when you study narcissism that you're able to tell who a narcissist is.
Unfortunately.
I spent 8 years with a narcissist, so I think I know. I have quite a bit of experience with one.
My mother is very narcissistic. And we don't need to diagnose people. We just need to observe their behaviors and go, that seems very narcissistic. I should take myself out of this equation. The lack of accountability seems very narcissistic. The constant finger pointing seems very narcissistic. The desire to control me seems very narcissistic. So we don't need to diagnose people, but we do need to recognize their behaviors.
Yeah, and I believe that there's like 9 criteria that are set out for people with narcissistic personality disorder. My ex fits every single one to a T.
Yeah. I think what he's saying is when he says don't chair diagnosing people with narcissism, meaning, and honestly, this is not for him to say because it's your book, but like not promoting people to go out and start trying to diagnose people if you're not a professional, because it is true that it's a very, very tiny percentage of people who are actually diagnosed with narcissistic disorder or whatever it's called. So anyway, but yeah, it's
No,
Chantel's right. Like address the behavior, not necessarily trying to diagnose people.
No, I'm not trying to like encourage people to go out and diagnose people. I just want to bring awareness to the behaviors that narcissists usually exhibit. For example, like love bombing is a big flagship of narcissism.
Well, narcissistic people want you to point out narcissistic behavior to other people so they can watch out for it, right? You're welcome, my love. Yeah. but we can certainly speak of our experiences. That person that you're with, were they ever diagnosed?
Oh, he would never go. He would never go to therapy. Never. Because there's nothing wrong with him. So,
Right? So, and that's like, here's the thing, like my mom also displays a lot of narcissistic personality tendencies. And she has been diagnosed with bipolar. She's been medicated for bipolar. But all of her therapists are wrong. That, as per her words, by the way, her words, therapy doesn't work. Therapy doesn't work is what my mom says. So, and when I was young, there was a few times where we did go to therapy because my mom has been violent and abusive for my entire life. And so there was a couple times where we did go to family therapy. And I would speak my truth of how my mom was treating me. And my dad would speak his truth about how my mom was being. And my mom would go, everybody's picking on me. I don't want to go to therapy anymore.
An ex that it did the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Really got mad that I spoke about her in therapy, but she's the one who was like encouraging me to go to therapy. So I went to therapy. I didn't, I wasn't even reluctant about it. I was like, okay, yeah, bet. Like I know I have issues. Let me go to therapy. And my therapist, of course, after a while, after months of going to therapy, my therapist finally one day was like, look, I can't diagnose anybody, but I'm going to give you some materials to read on narcissism, and you read them and come back to me and tell me what you think. And I did. And a few weeks later, I was like, listen, so I've been reading what you told me to read. Do you think I'm a narcissist? Like, I know you can't diagnose me, but do you? And she's like, no, it's not about you. I was like, oh. She's like, I if I were you, I would give this relationship a break, but I just just to back away and maybe focus on you. Like she was trying so hard to, be in the guidelines of what therapists are supposed to do without telling me what to do type thing. But yeah, once I got out of that relationship, the blinders came off and I was like, wow, that was so toxic. That was such a toxic relationship.
And that's why I'm not a therapist, because of those guidelines. I'm going to tell my people straight to their face, this is toxic. You are being abused. You need to exit immediately. When are you going to do it?
Exactly. Because I spent maybe another month or two in that relationship before it finally clicked with me what she was trying to tell me without telling me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And that doesn't help you. Another month was that once a week, once every 2 weeks. So spending more money, right? And this is why I say their training is designed to keep you paying more. What would have happened, Ripple, if when she handed over that literature about narcissism, what would happen if she said, this is apparently a narcissistic person, and even if they're not diagnosed narcissistic, the behaviors are extremely dysfunctional and this is not good for you and you need to leave? What would have happened if she'd been that blunt?
Could have told me that so much sooner, because I was coming to her saying, look, this is what's happening and I feel crazy because I was telling her situations that were happening and I'm like, am I wrong? Like, is there something wrong with me? I was like, do I need to go to a psychiatrist and be diagnosed with something? I'm like, I'm willing to go on medication. She could have told me then.
Yeah.
No, these behaviors that you're tolerating are abuse. You're literally in an abusive relationship. She could have told me then and saved me all the confusion, right? Because I was literally thinking about going to a psychologist and being like, yo, is there something wrong with me? Because that's how much gaslighting was going on in my relationship. That's how much abuse was going on. Mental abuse, emotional abuse, to the point to where I thought I was literally going crazy. I was recording conversations, I thought I was going crazy. That's how much I thought I was going crazy. I was recording conversations to play back and be like, is she gaslighting me? Or did I really forget what I said?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's how bad it was. So yeah, no, she could have saved me like 6 months into that relationship. Instead, I was in that relationship for a little over a year.
Yeah.
So anyway.
See, the thing that I noticed with my ex was that because he wasn't the problem at all, and the gaslighting was insane. And then when he finally got removed physically out of my life by the police, he claimed he was a victim of narcissistic abuse.
Same. That's the same thing she was doing to me. Like she was like saying these things that sh- she was actually doing. And that's when I started recording conversations because I was like, either she's gaslighting me or I am going crazy. That's literally how I felt.
Yeah, that's what they'll do though, is that they'll make it seem like you're the problem, that their shit doesn't stink, and that in the end that they were the victim and you were the problem. And that's a typical behavior of a narcissist. And I'm not like advocating self-diagnosing or diagnosing other people. I just want to bring awareness that, you know, these behaviors are dysfunctional and abusive, and there is a possibility that they could be a narcissist.
It's a mind fuck for sure. It's like what's it called? Psychological abuse almost? Is that what it's called?
It's like mental abuse, yeah.
Yeah. And what's crazy is I didn't think that I was in an abusive relationship because I didn't even realize that was a type of abuse. And then when Chantal one day was talking about false accusations and how that's abuse, and it clicked with me that that is abuse because you have to defend yourself, I was like, oh my God, the amount of times I was having to defend myself over things that that were not happening. I was like, wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, that really resonated with me too, because that's something my ex always did to me. Like,
And that's why I sorry. Go ahead. I think I was cutting out.
oh, no worries. I was just gonna say, like, a prime example of that would be like, because I work in pharmacy, I'm a licensed pharmacy technician, and sometimes when you work in community pharmacy, you can't always get out on time. If you get a last minute rush of patients, we have to make sure each one of them is taken care of before we close the doors. So if I was, because I had to FaceTime him on my way home from work, if I was even 5 minutes late calling him, I was sucking some guy off in the parking lot.
Yep.
My ex-wife was like that too. She timed how long it would take to get from my place to Walmart and back. And if I was 30 seconds late, then I was giving some woman a blowjob randomly in a hotel parking lot.
I silenced my notifications because they were just dinging so much, and it was because I got my Facebook notification alarms, like just regular notifications, not messages. And she was like, "Who is messaging you? Blah blah blah. Blah. What's going on?" I was like, "No one. It's just actual notifications." And she thought I was cheating on her, and I was like, "No." And she's like, "Well, why did you silence them?" I was like, "Because we're trying to watch a movie, and it's like annoying that it keeps going off." And other times, there's so many other times that it was just the craziest accusations.
I couldn't even have a conversation with anybody on text. Like, if my phone went off, it was immediate suspicion. And I'd be like, no, like, I'm talking to my parents. Well, let me read it. It's like, no, that's really none of your business.
So anyway, I'm glad that Chantel. I came across Chantel after that. Well, I had another brief relationship after that, and then I came across Chantel, and I've learned so much to keep me out of those situations now.
Same. I have purchased custom made the Glow Up Journal and Comeback Queen, and I'm planning on getting No More Assholes because after 3 years of being single, I'm finally ready to put myself out there again. And I'm definitely, Chantel's advice and methodology has opened my eyes to so much.
Yay! Oh, that makes me happy. Happy, happy, happy. I love that, my love. I'm here for you.
Thank you. I appreciate you so much, Chantel. I watch your lives every morning when I can.
Yes, I know you do, and I love you here.
All right, I will drop so that way I can. I'm actually making breakfast, but that way I'll free up your box.
Okay.
Thanks for all your advice.
You're welcome anytime. I love this. I love this. Sound is cutting out. Oh no. I always say I wish I had Chantal as a teenager. Oh, Lori. Chantal, my savior. Oh.
Yeah, I wish I had Chantel about 14 years ago when I was young and in my 20s. That way I would have saved myself a boatload of pain and not meet my ex.
Yeah. The fallacy. False accusations, no more. We get rid of people who make false accusations now. Sean Marie. Oh.
Well,
Hello.
I am teaching my mother your methodology. However, I'm having to go through your books and make them less storytelling. She's trying to read Custom Made, and she says it has too many stories. It doesn't get to the point. And so I'm going. What I have to do now is also make sure I read the books and explain to her the skinny of all your stuff, because she says your books have too much. Because I also got her Comeback Queen, hoping she'd read it, and she says it's too roundabout, and I'm like, oh my gosh. So I'm gonna have to get Comeback Queen and read it and try to make it simplified for her. Unless you have any other suggestions.
No, the stories are there to illustrate the points. I mean, she could skip over the story parts and just read just the points. That would be the only other thing.
And then I've done some TikToks recently about body count. And can you help me refine my answer for a guy who says that the past predicts the future?
Yeah. I always like to point out that people who say that are still pooping their pants, because like when somebody says that, they say the past predict the future, and I say, are you saying that what somebody did in the past they're still doing in the present? And they'll go, yeah. And I go, oh, well, apparently you're still pooping your pants, and I'm not interested in talking to people who still poop their pants.
That people learn and evolve. I have a feeling that person is not going to be open to thinking that people evolve.
Of course not, because they don't want to acknowledge reality. So they don't acknowledge that what we did in the past are things we're not currently doing in the present. They don't want to acknowledge that. So you use that against them. You say, obviously, you've never changed anything because you haven't evolved beyond the behaviors you did in the past. Because the only way for you to think what somebody did in the past is what they're still doing in the present is because you're still doing what you used to do in the past. And I know you pooped your pants in the past. And since you obviously haven't changed anything because you can't apply the information that people change, you can't apply that because you've never changed. You can't register it because you're still doing what you used to do, meaning you're still pooping your pants.
I said, "Oh, that's gross," and I think I'm not going to answer that one because we're not going to argue. I'm not doing that.
No, there's no arguing to be done. We accept when people tell us they're still pooping their pants by saying what you did in the past, you're still doing in the present. When they tell us you're still pooping their pants, we say, thank you for the data, but I don't talk to pant poopers.
I'm going to try to do that, and I'll tag you in it just so you know that I have been talking about your methodology.
Yeah. Like, make it clear the only people who say that are people who never changed anything, and obviously they haven't changed anything.
I'm gonna drop. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to read Comeback Queen on top of the other one so I can help talk my mother through it. She's going through a separation and good chance of divorce, and I sent her Comeback Queen, and she says you talk too much.
That's okay.
Oh, that's okay. I'll see if I can because I'm using the same guidance that you have been giving me with her.
Yeah.
But I guess the book is too long, and I don't see it. But okay.
Yeah. That's okay.
I'll be in the background taking notes.
Okay, my love. Tweet, tweet. Do they still wear diapers? Well, obviously they're still pooping their pants, so hopefully they're wearing diapers and catching it. I know, my love. Maybe she's just not that crazy about books. Right. I hope they're still wearing diapers. That would be kind of gross, right? That'd be quite a big mess every day. Well, hopefully they're regular. Some people don't like reading. True, true, true. Should a document or script down panel. Okay. What is this about? Delivery scheduled today, thank you. Sex worker panel at Script Down, which is the pole dance competition here in Waterloo this November. Introduction email to the team that will be working on the panel, taking place at Script Down 2025. Chantal, mediator. I'm the mediator of the panel. Interesting. Chantal, Steph, and Sam, please view this document. We may discuss the content flow of the panel. So it looks like I'm mediating a panel discussion. Fun, fun. Good stuff. Sachi Onyx, founder of Script Down. A.M. Davies, lead on a panel project. L. Pole, studio owner and space provider. Chantal, mediator. Stepsia, panelist. Sam Knox, panelist. Love it. Who's going to come to a pole dance competition in Waterloo, Ontario in November? I'm going to be a guest performer, by the way. Time to learn is what I said to myself.
When in November?
Oh, let me see. Script. Oops, not that. All right, Script Down. So it's like stripped, but with a K instead of a T. Going on the website right now. Some just like picture books. Oh, sorry. She hasn't put I need her to put the 2025. Where? Oh, I don't know, my love. Good question. Maxwell's?
Earlier when I was talking about that AI biography scam that's happening, you started to say something. You're like, yeah, when I had my meeting yesterday, and then it dropped off.
Okay. So meeting yesterday, business meeting, multiplying myself by using artificial intelligence, in other words, chat bots, which are going to be more personalized, like chat box to use my voice more than anything. So something that answers people's questions, gives them some more advice, some more tools maybe, and then says, hey, if you want even more, here's a resource, here's a course, here's a book, here's an audiobook. I need her to post the date somewhere more obvious. Hey, love, have you updated your website and had the event space update their website to show the November 2025 date? Question mark. Yes, Johnny. Thank you for letting us know who you are. It's very revealing, isn't it? Really helps us understand your mindset, doesn't it? Don't you think? I also sold something. What did I sell? Fake love need not apply. Good stuff. Your delivery's on the way. My makeup from Tarte. La. Advice to moving on after losing a loved one. Yeah. So do you mean after losing them to death? Like they passed away? Is that what you mean by that? Okay. You're welcome, my love. So, hold on. Sorry. Thank you. So, when you lose a relationship because of a death, if this was an important relationship to you, I think that it is a very good idea to go through a full year of grieving before committing to another relationship. So a full year of grieving means you go through all the anniversaries and you grieve all the anniversaries before you bring in somebody else. Let's just say your loved one passes away in January, okay? And then you pick up a new relationship before Christmas. Your first Christmas with your new relationship has a ghost. It's not you and your new partner all by yourselves. It's you, your new partner, and the old partner that you're still grieving your first Christmas without. So it's okay to have casual sex. It's okay to have a friends with benefits. It's okay to have a relationship that you're not bringing into your family dynamic, introducing to your children yet, so that you can do a full grieving process, all the calendar anniversaries without a ghost in the picture. Your first Christmas, your first New Year, your first anniversary, your first birthdays, grieve them without a person going, damn, why do I have to spend my first Christmas with them, my first birthday with them, with a ghost in the picture? So do you understand what I'm saying? This guy has such a micropene, he can't touch the sides. That's not our problem. Block the micropene, delete the micropene, because we all know size matters. Sandra. Yeah. So you've had a serious relationship since, it's never been the same. Why are you looking for the same? You listen, I'll never get another person like my husband, because my husband is unique. I am unique. He won't find the same person as me if he goes to find somebody else. So why are you holding on to the same instead of redefining your next relationship? There's no game. We don't play games. Only insecure, controlling, stuck in the past, PP obsessed. People think body count matters. She says, I'm not insecure. Okay, so you're ran through. You can't look at a female without thinking about a male, because you run through females to your male fantasy. So you're ran through male then. Is it ever possible to feel that intensity again, if you know what I mean? Maybe. Maybe. I don't have a crystal ball, though, my love. It's not possible if you stay in your house and you never go out and meet new people. But zombified, when I was with my first husband, I thought, wow, would I ever meet somebody who could ever make me feel so safe? Yeah, my second husband. Right? So unless you have a crystal ball, why are you doubting and negating what you could have in the future? Thank you, Summary. I was a stripper for 20 years. My husband had no problem with me being a stripper. I was very successful, made really good money, was my own boss. What am I eating? So, what am I eating? This, which was too spicy. Mexican style chicken tinga. So chicken tinga, kind of spicy, so I mixed it with shepherd's pie and frozen vegetables. I'm the queen of random. I love this shit. Love this. I was getting the one in the milk bottle, the liquidy kefir, but you get more and it costs less when you get this guy. So this one doesn't come out like the liquid in the bottle, doesn't come out like milky-ish. It's kind of more yogurty, but cool. I'm down with it. Yeah, Shamri. I suppose you got no problem with people like Bonnie Blue walking around. Look at the toxicity. This toxic piece of shit doesn't think Bonnie Blue has the right to be walking around. Isn't that something? Let them talk, ladies, so they can really show you how dysfunctional they are. This one here needs to be locked up behind a wall. He's disgusting. He's going to disappear right now. He's dead. Block. Delete. Deleted. Non-existent. Absolutely disgusting. Disgusting. I wouldn't even call that a human being. That's a thing right there. That's a thing. Disgusting, ladies on site. You block and delete these losers. Anybody who has a problem with someone's autonomy, 6 feet under. Make them non-existent on site. As soon as you find out that's how they think, done, finished. Don't interact with them again. Give them the void. When they stop getting any time, attention, energy, or focus, they might start to wonder what they need to fix. Jean-Marie, good stuff. Mm-hmm. You know what's kind of cool about kefir? Is it's all about the probiotics. And when you open up a fresh batch and you start consuming it, it's like tiny bubbles popping on your tongue. Anybody else notice that? That when you drink or you consume kefir, especially when you first open it, you get this little dance inside of your mouth because of all the probiotics. Just, yeah, isn't that cool, man? Mm-hmm. A lot of calories. I self-publish, my love. I'm a publisher. In fact, I publish other people's books for them too. Chantal Hyde Incorporated. With your new husband, does love feel the same? No, it's better. It's better than anything I've ever had in my life. Much better. And the reason is because I picked a better human being. The key, my loves, is you choose somebody who loves you more than dysfunction, and you choose somebody who's aligned with you. Mom used to bring me kefir as a kid. Oh, I love that. I love that. Hi. What does it mean to love someone despite their dysfunction? To love them despite their dysfunction. Here's the thing, zombie. Despite what dysfunction? Like, I love my mom because she's my mom, but she's too dysfunctional to be in my life. So I love her despite her dysfunction, but we are zero contact. She has no access to me. I love about gut health, yeah. Gut health is very important for mental health. It's not love is a verb. I accept her. Love is two things. Love is a verb, is what you do, and love is acceptance. You're not trying to change the other person. So I'm not loving her as a verb because there's nothing that I'm doing to show my love. I am loving her in terms of acceptance. I accept that she is that way, and I'm not trying to change her, but I protect myself against her dysfunction by using boundaries. I mean, body count is a subject we can discuss in a factual or scientific way. Yeah. Why does body count not matter to the people who practice logic and stick to facts? Request up and I'll tell you the 3 facts for why it doesn't matter. Love is forgiveness. I do forgive her for the abuse that she put me through when I was growing up. I don't accept that she continues to try to abuse me, so I have boundaries. She doesn't have access to me. Yeah, D, if body count matters to you, you don't matter to me because I block and delete you. Do you see how that works? We don't care what you think. Yeah, exactly. Bye. Rest in peace. Once we identify that you think body count matters, we block and delete you. Not a single word said because we don't care. You can have all the opinions you want. We block and delete you because your opinion makes you controlling, insecure, stuck in the past, and PP obsessed, and that's not what we want. Do you see this list? See? Long-term relationship. Qualities we choose. Nowhere did we write controlling, insecure, stuck in the past, PP obsessed. If that's your preference, be that way. That removes you from consideration because you're a failure to meet our preferences. Remove in peace. You can have all the opinions we want. We don't care for dysfunctional, toxic, egotistical, indoctrinated people. We block and delete them. Your opinion disqualifies you. Ouch. Not us. We don't care. We're indifferent. We deal with you appropriately. Not what I want, block and delete. Failure, block and delete. Dysfunctional, block and delete. Stuck in their imagination, block and delete. You're as toxic as your mindset. I need to ask a woman her body count because I made up rules for her to follow, and I'm asking her if she followed my rules, says the toxic person. So we block and delete. I didn't write toxic. So I block and delete because you're a failure. Smart as Canadian. Indeed, indeed. No kissing for 3 months is called observation before selection to make an informed decision. Of course, that's a great idea. It's always a great idea to gather the data, assess the data, make an informed decision based on data. Only a loser doesn't want a woman to do that because he knows he'll be eliminated. Look it up. Why won't you just ask me to tell you I've been a stripper for 20 years? That's why I know so much about males. Because I was a stripper for 20 years, working sober, studying social sciences, sociology, psychology, anthropology, biology, evolutionary psychology, behaviorism, meditation. Because I was a stripper for 20 years, I can teach women how to get rid of these losers. Is that why you're mad, loser? Eh? Is that why you're mad, loser? I got nothing to hide, loser. My history makes me educated. I teach women how to let you talk so they can find out what I found out. When we let you talk, we find out exactly what you're all about. No kisses for you, loser. No kissing, no sex, no sleepovers, no exclusivity for the loser that we're going to identify before he gets access to us. Why are you so mad? Hey, loser? Why are you so mad? Why are you so mad? You just get your butt bingo card.
Hello.
Oh,
How are you?
good.
Interesting topic you have here.
Yeah.
So you tell me you were a stripper for 20 years?
Yeah, well,
Do you have a husband? Do you have a husband?
Yeah, I met him in the strip club. He was my client for 2 years.
Okay.
We've been together for 20 years now.
So what's the difference between let's say a strip club and let's say a, how do you say this politically correct a woman who does the do for the money? What's the difference?
You look and you pay, but we don't have sex.
Exactly. So if you were a
Stupid
sex
question.
worker, would you think you would
No,
be
a stripper
married for
is a
20
sex
years?
worker. A stripper is a sex worker. I'm
What?
selling my sex appeal. I'm
Okay,
selling
if you would
Shut up. When I'm
penetrate,
talking.
if you had penetration,
When I'm talking, when you hear me talking, you stop. Because I'm answering your question. And the more you yap, the less I can answer your question. And I'm the teacher, I'm the educator. I'm here to educate. So if you're not here to learn, I will get rid of you. So as I was saying, I was a sex worker for 20 years as a stripper because I sold your ability to look at my body. I sold your ability to watch me dance. I sold your ability to view my sensuality in the best form I found to display it.
okay, can I
There are
talk now?
there are plenty of no, and there are plenty of women who actually did have sex and have men pay for that for many years who are in successful, happy marriages. I don't know why that matters to you. I don't know why you care. Anyway,
Well,
you can talk now, but if you have any other stupid questions, I suggest don't talk.
uh,
Is that it?
Guys, don't mute him. Oh, he's gone.
I just put him down. Hello, Kaiko. Hi.
I was muted.
Yes, what's your question?
That wasn't a question. So it's just an argument. So
I don't
if
argue. No. We're
no,
not
no,
arguing.
it's not like it's not an argument. It's not.
Arguing is a lack of acceptance. We don't argue here. I accept you for who you are and deal with you appropriately. Jed, why did you drop him?
Yeah, please stop. I said this earlier, guys. If you're not up here on the panel, don't do anything with the people on the panel.
No.
Don't mute them, don't drop them. We can handle that.
Yes.
I didn't mean argument as in we are arguing. I meant argument as I have something to say.
Oh, do you in relation to the topic about body count or about what?
Of course, we're
Okay,
talking
so
about something, you know.
Since you want to switch the topic away from my stripping career to the debate topic, I
Yeah.
need to let you know that we are discussing the debate topic in a factual or scientific way only.
Okay.
A factual way would be like this. Would you agree this is a key?
Yeah.
So a fact is something outside of you and I that is easily recognizable and obvious and easily agreed to on sight. A science would be if you want to bring statistics, studies, sociology, psychology, biology, anything like that. I need to know where you read the science you want to present. I got to go find the words you read before you say them out loud to ensure there's no amplification of lies, fearmonger, or disinformation. So if you wanted to bring a science, I do need title of the peer-reviewed study, website is on, page number, and paragraph number. Is that fair?
Yeah. When you did the stripping, did you fall on your head a lot? Because
Not at
what
all.
the
But
fuck are you talking about? Like, what the fuck is this? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
So now I'm gonna block you for being such a loser, right? For being such a loser. And notice the smile on my face. Do you see how unbothered I am whenever I block a loser? Because losers don't get to me. It doesn't matter what they say. Their emotional outburst is like it's not even as bad as a kid in Walmart. I hear a kid having an outburst in Walmart, my nerves do this. These guys have zero effect on me. They affect me less than a child having a tantrum. They have zero effect on me whatsoever, but I will tell you they sell my books because every time they have their emotional outbursts, I go, ladies, look what you're going to find out when you let them talk. Use my methodology. No kissing, no sex, no sleepovers, no exclusivity, minimum 3 months. Get rid of these emotional dysfunctional males.
Laughable.
They're funny. They're really funny. They're entertaining. They're profitable for me, but they don't bother me at all. Hi, Mandy. Yeah, no argument. Hello. Hello, Hannah. Bruh. Good morning, James. Here comes his silly little thoughts. Do you know what was really cute about my husband when he was coming to see me at the strip club? Because this man listened when I talked, right? And he really wanted to make me happy. So one time we were talking, I was like, oh, I wanted a pony when I was young. I wanted one so bad. And apparently he went online to go find a Hyundai pony to buy me a Hyundai pony so I could finally have a pony. Yeah, Bob's BOPs, boring, oppressive, PP obsessed. You can't. We don't argue with them. We just delete them because Bobs are so boring. Love it.
Guys talking about how women are going to be replaced, blah, blah, blah. You can't replace what you've never had, Crimson Chin. You're sitting here talking about hopes and dreams, my guy.
Block, delete, the loser. Looking at me, found my pen, asked him for a favor via email. Don't date anybody at your workplace. Huge mistake, massive mistake. What are you going to do, love, when you find out he's a loser, abusive, an alcoholic, a drug addict, somebody who hates women? What are you going to do? What are you going to do when you don't want to see him again because he's so demeaning and dysfunctional? He's such a crap person when he's behind closed doors. Wow, didn't know that. Didn't find that out at work. Found out when I went behind closed doors with him what a douchebag he is. I never want to see this douchebag again. They cheated on me, stole my money, messed up my house. I don't want to see this douchebag again, but I got to see him at work. What are you going to do? Why would you sabotage your workplace?
Sweet.
Been there, done that. Nope. No leaving jobs because you made the mistake of dating somebody there. Much deserved. Okay. Are you going to use the no kissing for 3 months dating rule to find out who he is? Or are you going to blindly commit and hope for the best? Oh, yeah? Just tell me how smart you are. Oh! All right. You are smart. Good, 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 good. All right. You thought this out. You've thought this out. So good. My question is, are you going to go by the book? Are you going to do the work in the book, do the meditation, write out the 50 IMs, write out the list of who you're looking for, eyes wide open, do the calendar 3 months, don't reduce it? Are you going to do it by the book, my love? Because that's how you do it right. I've had people say that they have my book, but they're not doing it by the book, and they've made mistakes. Need the workbook. Okay. Hi.
Yeah, how's it going?
Amazing.
I'm glad to hear.
Did you have a question?
Yeah, it looks like I don't know if I'm confused or not. It says body count doesn't matter. Are you saying in general for both men and women, body count does not matter? How many people you've slept with?
Right. So body count doesn't matter no matter how high, no matter how low. What matters more than who you did is who you are. And body count does not matter to the people who practice logic and stick to facts. And I have 3 facts for why it doesn't matter. Would you like to hear them?
Well, I wanted to ask you, so when you say it doesn't matter, right? So it would have to matter in a specific way. For instance?
Right. So that was a no, right? You don't want to hear my 3 facts for why it doesn't matter to the people who practice logic and stick to facts?
Sure, go ahead. Lay 3 facts on me.
All right. Okay, good. So, number 1, if a woman is looking for a long-term relationship and she wants somebody with all of these qualities, no less, does she need to observe someone over time to see if they have all of these qualities? Yes or no?
Yes. That's a
Right.
question, though, not a fact. And also, that's a very subjective question.
Is this a key? Yes or no?
Yes.
Was that subjective or objective?
That is objective. The previous thing that you just did was subjective.
This is, oh, so how do you find out who someone is without spending time with them?
Well, there are plenty of people who get into long-term relationships and do not spend plenty of time.
How? How? I need instructions. How do you find out who someone is without spending time with them?
To be fair to you, even when you spend a tremendous amount of time around someone.
Do you think this person wanted logic, or do you think they wanted to bypass logic? What do you think, chat? Did they want logic, or did they want to bypass logic?
Dick is chasing him, but he's faster.
Bypass. Why would I waste my time with somebody who wants to bypass logic? I don't. This is why I speak so simply and am so logical, because at the first sign of their lack of logic, I remove them. Look at this guy, Fahad, disappear, block, delete, because he thinks women should waste their time on males who bypass logic. But we don't waste our time anymore. At the first sign that they bypass logic, we end the conversation. Hands up in the comment section if you just learned a communication skill. Hands up if you learned today to stop talking to people who choose to bypass logic. Sin, Katie Cat. There's another loser disappearing. Watch and block, delete, cleanse, remove the loser. Ripple, I'm not going to bother people who bypass logic. We block and delete them, Kat. That's right. What matters to me? Logical, intelligent, functional people matter to me. Miyagi, not going to waste their time. Abby, love to see this name. Cece, new to this and I love it. I love it. Who else is learning to not talk to people who bypass logic and waste their time? Who else is this? Sarah. Welcome to the tribe, Sarah. Welcome to the empowered people who are no longer wasting their time on dysfunctional people. We will no longer be distracted by their dysfunction. I'm getting good at this. Kat, love to see it. Me, Sarah, good stuff. Lady Miss Della, no longer wasting her time on people who bypass logic. We don't bother wasting our breath. We don't bother wasting our time. We say, oh, looks like you don't like to use critical thinking. I'm done. I'm moving on to more intelligent endeavors. I'm moving on to the things that make me feel fulfilled instead of wasting my time in the cesspool of people who bypass logic. 3 years ago, thanks to you, I don't waste my time. There. Where's my freedom bell? Your book is the truth. People need to realize that. Thank you. Thank you, Bluzz. Thank you. Thank you. This is for you, Mare, for the 3 years of not wasting your time. I love to celebrate your freedom. Love, 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 love. Love. Oh my God, you guys, I gotta show you this. You guys want to see a happy, cozy puppy? Let me show you. Let me show you happy, cozy. Oh, here's one just laying out here, and here's another one just laying right there. Look at these happy babies. Look at these happy babies. Having such a beautiful little life, coming in and out whenever they want to. Just being so happy. Charlie says, I see you, Mama. I see you. Everybody look at Vert for the block, delete, cleanse, remove. Block, delete. See that?
I love how she paused. She uses her paw. Charlie just goes head first. But Guinevere, like, actually
opens the door.
uses her.
They're so good. Outdoor space is beautiful. Yeah, I'm having a birthday party. We just had my friend Jeremy's birthday party this last weekend. And then on the 19th, I'm hosting my friend Taylor's birthday party here. So we're gonna have the DJ booth set up just outside here under the patio. I have the seating. We're gonna have the dance floor in front of that. I'm gonna be doing barbecuing. Taylor's gonna bring a little splash pool. We're gonna set it up under the trees. It's gonna be so fun. Of course, in the morning at 7 a.m., we're going to move over to the gazebo with the little portable speaker, carry on the conversation over there. I love these parties. What up, Des? She's been coming in. Nice guidance, thank you. So cute, man. Do we have another loser complaining? Larger body count is mocked. Larger body count is mocked. Oh, I'm so afraid of what other people think because I'm so weak. Right? I'm so weak. I don't want people to mock me because I don't own myself confidently because I'm so weak. So I ask other people how I should behave because I'm so weak.
Wait. That's the second part. That's the second part of their comment. Their first part of their comment was, I've always gotten hate for having a low body count, so I find it weird when people say a large body count is mocked.
Oh, sorry. I don't know why you're talking to people about your body count anyways. It sounds like you were surrounded by dysfunctional people. Why would you get hate for low body count? That makes no sense unless you surround yourself with toxicity. Why do you do that? Dog's birthday. Cappuccino. So why would you do that? Why would you surround yourself with such toxic people? Why is that your selection? Look at this guy, doesn't even know how to spell. Block. Delete. Do you see the loser disappear? That's how easy it is. Like, no interaction. There's no bother. It's garbage. What did I do with the garbage? I put it in the garbage. I wasn't concerned about the garbage, affected by the garbage, bothered by the garbage. I removed the garbage, just like that. They call. No, I don't do match battles. Birthday pool party. Oh, Mare. Oh no, Timothy is garbage. Watch this. Block.
They're
Garbage.
very evil. I could think of way more evil people, trust me.
Did you see the garbage disappear? Isn't that awesome? It's just so easy. It's so easy. Curious, who thought it was hard to eliminate toxic people and now do it easily because of me? Take that garbage. So funny, watch him disappear. It's that easy in life. You, Janine. Gone with the wind, yes. Watch this guy disappear. Watch this RSV4. Watch him disappear because he's garbage. Block, delete, disappear the garbage. See? Disappear the garbage. Cece, Katie Cat, Lady Miss Stella, Janine. Love this. So easy now, Janine. Easier, more because I feel less guilt. Great, Sean Marie. Block, delete, cleanse, remove. So satisfying, isn't it? You are empowered and you're so satisfied with your power, ladies. That's what I teach you to do. I teach you to be strong, loud, firm, in control. That is the training you are learning here. And you are finding it satisfying. That makes me happy. Girl, you make me do it for fun now. Caroline, yes, it is so fun to control your own environment and control your own mental health and emotional well-being. It is fun to do that. Love to block and delete. CC, yes, yes. Loud and bold, Mary, yes. Janine, yes. Love this. Loud and bold. Marco, love it. Love it. Nobody controls us. Nobody ever did. If they ask you what your body count is, it's because they're asking, did you let me control you before you met me? The answer is a resounding block and delete instantly. That is how you get rid of controlling people. You instantly block and delete at their first control tactic. Nobody controls us. Loud and bold, Caroline. What about Tostito Paws? What about those Cheeto Paws? What about them?
Seeing TikTok shop advertisements about that. They're like, if your dog's feet smell like Tostitos, they need this medicine.
No, they don't need medicine. They're perfectly fine. They don't need medicine at all. They just smell yummy for a reason. I know Guinevere. She's so huggy. Look at her hugging. She's so huggy. Just press her little body in and she's so happy. My dogs, especially this one, she's all about the mauling. I train Charlie to take the mauling. He's not as affectionate, but I train him to take my mauling. This one, she's so maulable. So easy to maul. She loves to be mauled. And cute name, little Guinevere. $157 more likes in the last 5 minutes. Woo woo. My cat loves to be held. Yeah, isn't that cute? Don't you love these animals that just love to be mauled? Well, did we get rid of you last time or do we like you? What happened?
He's a friendly. Who's the one that comes in and says, just your daily reminder that
Oh,
Body
yes.
Count would be a great band name.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So, first things first, am I allowed to disagree or
Only in
I
a
should just
fact,
be, supporting you?
in a factual or scientific way, because I'm not here to change you or debate you on you. So a sentence that starts with I think, I feel, my opinion, my experience is irrelevant because you're not the subject. A factual way would be like this. Would you agree this is a bell? Hello?
So, okay, so let me start.
Did
So,
you hear me?
yeah, so let me, so,
What I said? Did you? I can't hear you. Did you hear what I said? I said
yeah.
a factual way would be
Yeah,
like
yeah,
this. Agree this is a bell? Is that yes?
Yes.
Yes. And
Yeah,
a
yeah.
scientific way is if you bring the title, website, page number, paragraph number of the scientific study you read that has the data you want to share from science, like a statistic, biology, psychology, sociology. Okay? Do you understand what I said?
So, yeah.
Opinion with long distance relationships in the military. I don't recommend you start something long distance because you set yourself up for taking what people say at face value without corroborating the evidence to make sure what they're telling you is the truth. So I don't recommend starting something from a distance, and you still need to use the no kissing for 3 months dating rule, which means if they come see you, it starts then. No kissing, no sex, no sleepovers, no exclusivity, meaning they have to get a hotel room to come see you to get to know you, not play you from a distance to come get a free hotel room and a booty call. Do you understand? There's no reason. Hello. Way is back. Hey, way. Way. No way. Big romance scam to have scammers pretend they are in the military. Yeah. You may find like some pictures from some dude's Facebook page. Pretend they are that person, but you can never FaceTime them. Pretend there's some white dude in the Americas working in the military, but you can never get him on the phone. And if you do talk to him on the phone, he's got a Jamaican accent. What? Body count matters to losers. I don't dispute that for a second. I agree. I'm using AI to trick people, yeah. Oh, hey ladies, this guy doesn't like women's vaginas because when he thinks of a woman's vagina having consensual, pleasurable activity, he goes, "Ugh, that's disgusting." Because his G-spot is in his bum. And so the boys are a better fit for him. He prefers the boys. He's not disgusted by boys. He's disgusted by females having sex. So let's leave him for the boys, shall we? Catfish on
You promise.
Yeah. Anyways, let me block and delete this loser. Here comes the block. Here comes the delete. Adios. In the garbage with the rest of them. See? Ah. In the garbage with the rest of them. Right where they belong. I love this idea that they go, body count definitely if there's nothing more because they don't exist. I believe what I'm saying. Why is it necessary to insult people? I don't insult people. I insult garbage. I don't think they're insulted. When you know who you are, you're not insulted when somebody says it. Right, USA? Why are you
What?
insulted?
Why would Marcus? Why would you think of it as an insult if it's not about you?
Uh, what do you mean? Garbage is an insult? An insult to garbage people? No, it's not. It's a recognition. It's not, listen, it's not insulting to recognize what's in front of you. I call Katie Cat a friend. I call Ripple a friend. See how I'm pointing out who they are? It's not an insult for me to call them a friend. It's not an insult to call garbage garbage. Look, this is garbage. Is that an insult for me to say that? No, because it's true. It's not an insult when it's true.
Marcus John Marlowe. If you don't think that person's actually garbage, then why don't you go talk to them? Why don't you go be their friend? You don't need to be here talking to us about them. She already blocked and deleted them. She wants nothing to do with that person.
I threw them in the garbage where they belong, with the garbage. Why are you offended? I threw out garbage. Look, ladies, did you notice this male thinks a woman should keep garbage in her environment? This male is offended when a woman deals with garbage appropriately and throws it out. Why do you think he's like that? Why do you think he wants women to keep garbage around and not react appropriately? Another one advertising Bonnie Blue for free, showing she's a brilliant marketer. Wow, what a surprise. She counts on stupid people saying her name over and over again, doesn't she? She counted on a stupid 1,000 guys showing up and getting used for $1 million, and she counts on your mouth saying her name so she make $1 million more. You're nobody's therapist. Asking somebody to tell you the less positive parts about their past is irrelevant. That's for them and their therapist. Are you standing the present moving forward? You have nothing to do with their past. The way they advertise Bonnie Blue shows how brilliant she is. Offended. Yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. So I've seen over here it says body count doesn't matter.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. I hit the mute button.
So I think.
It didn't take. Okay, good.
So are you saying physically or mentally? Body count doesn't matter because it's not only physical.
Well, physically and mentally, I had a wonderful time. Body count does not matter to the people who practice logic and stick to facts.
Yeah, but I think psychologically it does matter.
Yeah, but what you think is irrelevant because what you think is not facts. I'll tell you a fact. A high body count leads to higher confidence because we learn more about ourselves, making us better teachers about our own bodies and what we like and don't like. That's a fact.
Okay, so you don't think, like, let's say
I
a
don't
person.
think. I stick to facts.
Okay, so you're not gonna
All
let
the
me
time I
finish.
keep pointing to facts. You asking me what I think is irrelevant. I stick to facts and logic.
So how can you have facts on what the mind thinks?
Your brain? I don't care what your brain thinks. I'm not asking what you think because I'm not discussing this in an individualized way, only factual, scientific
So
way.
body
So
count does
listen, I'm
matter.
talking.
Then look at your attitude. Body count does matter.
You starting a sentence with I think, I feel, my opinion, my experience is not relevant to the discussion because nobody's asking what you think and feel. Do you have a fact or science to present?
Yes, I'm gonna say right now. Look at your attitude. Your body has so many.
Attitude. Oh, my attitude.
Look at your attitude. That proves the body count does matter.
My attitude is to remove losers. My attitude is to remove people who think they're going to do a parent-child dynamic with me. My attitude is to get rid of people stuck in their imagination and emotions without grounding themselves in reality and facts and logic and science. That's my attitude, to not waste my time on illogical people. Garbage, yes. Listen, Marcus, buy garbage. Watch Marcus disappear. Block, delete. Look at the garbage disappear. Did you see that? I got rid of garbage. Yeah, huge example of a red flag. Attitude is a science now, as per that guy. Increasing your chances of STDs. Nate's a super spreader. Garbage, block, delete the super spreader. Right? The garbage mentalities go into the garbage can where they belong, in the garbage can, put to the curb, picked up by the garbage man, taken away somewhere else, or we never think about them again. Smell the energy. The BOPs, the BOPs, boring, oppressive, PP obsessed boys cut themselves out the second they open their mouths.
Not you with the bop poetry slam.
Hey, what can I say? I'm good in many ways. It's reminding me, need a garbage bag in my bathroom. Happy to help. Happy to help. So garbage gets upset that I throw out garbage because like attracts like. They know the garbage I throw out is PP obsessed males, here for the male gaze. They don't like it when I remove their little bros. They're going to look at them and admire them for being dysfunctional.
Really self-identify when they try to defend these guys. It's like, I would never defend a racist. You know what I mean? So when I see people defending racists, I'm like, oh, you are one and the same. Got it. So you guys, when you come up here and you're defending each other, you're self-identifying.
One and the same, exactly. Yeah. And here's the thing. We need to remove them because they don't care to be respectful. So as long as we allow them, they will continue to be disrespectful.
100%.
Cynthia, they love to hear themselves and love to hear their words spoken from other males' mouths because they love that male validation for their toxicity.
Forming that type of toxicity is just as bad as defending it, in my opinion. I've seen this issue with big creators who platform people that they supposedly don't agree with, and they don't defend their points, but they platform them. And I'm like, that's not okay, though. Like, you're giving them an outlet, a space to spread this toxicity. So I love that. I love the way you go about it, and you don't even allow it.
Nope. Nope. Losers don't get to loser around us anymore. We have standards. Toxic females. Johnny's whining. Block the whiner. Right? Why were they Dun, dun, oh. Dropped. Okay, nobody cares.
Just stop using Dave Matthews' name. Actually, an awesome artist.
I know. Have you been to any of his concerts, Ripple?
Oh, sadly, I've been to so many concerts, like hundreds and hundreds of concerts, but Dave Matthews, no.
I've been to several. The last one I went to was Floor, and I was second from the front. So there was one person in front of me. I stood behind this one person, and who was right in front of me? Dave Matthews. Eye contact. I got eye contact. Yeah. Helped with this concert. Kaylin, did you meet? Hello, Guinevere.
I would love to go to one of his concerts for sure.
I had a dream about Dave Matthews. This is how loyal I am. I had a dream about Dave Matthews, and he wanted to have sex with me, and I'm like, no, I'm in a relationship. I'm even loyal in my sleep. No, sadly. Nobody's asking for your stories. And Marie. And Marie. Is that right, my love? Thank you, my lovely. I want some juicy conversations. I want somebody who can like bring a good topic and we can like dive in and dissect and discuss. Well, thank you. Best way to trust commitment besides marriage, because I'm on deployment, sometimes communication gets cut. Best way to trust commitment is to make sure the person you committed to is loyal and trustworthy. It's the only way, my love, is to properly vet. I trust my husband. I knew him for 2 years before we started a relationship. I had a very good idea of who he was and how he operated. After we committed to a relationship, I used that history to continue my trust and have eyes wide open, and nothing changed in his behaviors. We are now 20 years later. I still trust him because nothing has changed. He's always been loyal and honest and trustworthy. So in order to trust the other person, you have to do observation before selection to understand if they're trustworthy. Which is my dating strategy. No kissing for 3 months. Don't occupy their mouths with your kisses. Do a deep dive. Get all the data that I teach you to get. Make sure you have a clear picture of who they are before commitment. And if you don't get all the data I teach you to get, then no commitment until you get all the data. So 3 months is a minimum. Dude, you're just weird. You're yapping bizarre shit. I'm just gonna get rid of you because I don't think you're here to learn anything. I just think you're here to troll. Goodbye. This is a classroom, by the way. I am the teacher. I do hold that as a firm standard. If you're not here to learn, you're in the wrong place. I remove you. just like any university teacher would do. We're not looking for distractions in the classroom. We're looking for students. Hey, that's not necessary. Right?
It's funny, not the little whoop.
I know.
That was like the rebellion, but without saying it out loud.
I am gonna bark in my mouth. Summary.
So I want to ask World Mission if they started this relationship before the training or deployments, because that matters. Because the person they might be talking to might not be who they think they're talking to. They can't verify who this person is. So there is no relationship. But if they're already in a relationship before they got to know this person before they deployed or before in training, then yes, your advice is very valid, but you have to be aware of who you're talking to first. Is it a real relationship, or is it just a fake relationship that is made up on stories in their head, like you said? That's all I have. Because I was deployed, I've been in training, and there are ways to do it, and it all comes down to trust. I mean, we could talk to David, and he'll know exactly what it was like for him to be here and me to be deployed.
Maybe they can answer. She's gonna go show us her toy. Now she has to run around with her little plushie. No answering? No answering? GP 420. What time is it? Is it 420 somewhere? It probably is. Actually, 422 somewhere. You're late. Is it childish if I walk away from a conversation that starts to get heated? Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. It is functional. It is what you need to do, because when you get heated, you're no longer logical. If they get heated, they're no longer logical. Therefore, there's no reason for anybody to stay, because logic has gone out the window. Now it's about, I'm mad. And so you need to leave if somebody does that to you. You need to leave if you get mad, instead of staying and doing that. I'm mad. So if it's you who gets in that state, leave the room. If it's them, leave the room, because there needs to be some cooling down and some thinking. Yes, way. So fixed session for women and fixed session for men helps you be empowered to leave chaos, but then also, what do you do when a chaotic situation happens? How do you deal with it? Who calls you childish for leaving chaos? Hey, Way. Hello?
Hi there, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
I can't hear you, hang on.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, hi.
Right, so hi again, how are you all? Hi, Chantal.
Amazing.
I am looking at the sort of the body count, and I'm seeing that like you've had that sort of that sign up for a while. You've been talking about that for a while. But if I may...
Since August 2024.
Right. But if I may, I want to substitute that for like something bad that happened in your past. You can make up whatever it might be, right? Is it something you need to own and express to...
No. We're not substituting consensual sex with something horrible that happened in your past. Absolutely not.
Well, I'm not meaning it that way. I just want to talk about, that's what I'm asking about. That's my question. I don't mean to equate the two. I'm not doing that. I'm just saying...
Well, instead of using the word replace, let's say we're talking about something completely different. We're switching.
Absolutely.
We're switching
Absolutely,
topics.
yes.
We're switching.
Yes. Very good. Because the body count thing, I get it. It's like, if I understand correctly, you're saying not only is it not significant, it's not insignificant. It's just not relevant.
It's not traumatic. It's
Oh,
not.
of course. That's actually a very good way of putting it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so we're switching topics. What's your
There you
question?
go. Yeah. So that would be my question then is what if something, in my opinion, in whoever's opinion, bad happened in your past?
Yeah.
Let's say you spent time in jail. I don't know, like you could make up maybe you had a substance abuse issue, whatever it might be. Could be
Okay.
alcoholism. Could be just like you fell out with your brother and you're really sore and you just, if whatever it may be, is that something you need to bring up? Because it's unlikely they would ask, but if they did, again, would you talk about it?
If it's going to interfere with the present and the future. So, for example, if I have a felony conviction, and I don't know legalities, I'm going to make this up, okay? But I have a felony conviction, and because of that, I can't get a bank loan. Therefore, I can't buy a home. I need to communicate that to somebody who wants to live a life with somebody who wants to buy a house with them.
Okay, all right. That's a very good example. Fair enough. I was thinking more along the lines of like judgment way. Like if they were to find out later on, they may judge it so negatively as to choose to break
So
up.
they could say, hey, I did a background check and I found out that you have a conviction. Why didn't you tell me? Now, let's change the scenario. This conviction doesn't interfere with my ability to have a good job. In fact, I do have a good job. Doesn't interfere with my ability to get a loan. I have great credit and I can go to the bank, get a loan just like that. So I
Right.
would say to them, I didn't think to tell you this because it has nothing that interferes with my present and my future.
That's very well put. Yeah. I'm trying to think of another one now. Because how can you say that it never will interfere with your future? Because whatever the conviction was for, maybe that comes up again. Maybe
You will know the legalities, won't you? You will know if you live in a place where a felony keeps you from getting a loan.
sure. But what about the reason you got the felony in the first place keeps coming up?
Why would it keep if it does not keep coming up, there's no reason to discuss it, right?
I mean, you'd admit alcoholism at the very least, wouldn't you? Because you wouldn't want to have
Why
a drink.
not? Why? I don't drink. I go to a party and I don't drink. I went to a party this weekend. I I had a cup of sangria. I had a Caesar, and I had half of a margarita in 24 hours.
Wow.
So
So
I
you
have been an alcoholic, by the way. There's no reason for me to tell somebody, by the way, I went through something 13 years ago where I
exactly.
took a bottle because I didn't know how to deal with myself. I don't do that anymore. Why is there a need for me to say that?
Very well said. Absolutely. Yeah, I think you're blessed in Canada in the sense that you are more able to not drink. There's still that contingency of people, whereas in the UK, where it's quite common for people to say, "Why aren't you drinking? Like, have a drink." You know what I mean? There's something about it. You've got to be drinking for some reason, and that does exist in Canada to some extent. And that's really,
I think that depends on the people you surround yourself
of
with.
course it does. Of course it does. But if you're going to a party, let's say a dinner party, whatever it may be, you're always going to bump into people who have this mentality about drinking. It is really specific to drinking. It's almost
So
as though you have to join in.
I
And then you say, no, I'm not going to. And then
say,
it comes up.
I say no, thank you, and respectful people say okay. And
Yeah.
respectful people would be like, no, you have to, and make it
Right.
an issue.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Chantel, 'cause I have a question. This actually did happen.
A little bit, yeah.
I'm desperately looking for my headphone, you know.
Stars, did you block your ex-girlfriend? It's okay, man. Star, did you block your ex-girlfriend
Is it
for
still
being so dysfunctional? I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear.
okay? Okay, sorry about that. So I was dating this chick last year who was had struggled with alcoholism in the past, and she's been sober for like 3 years. And she said to me, what if I fell back into heavy drinking again and like I just spiraled into drinking again? And would you still be with me? And I was like, probably
You probably.
not. And she did not like that answer. Like she felt like she couldn't trust me to probably not.
Okay.
I don't follow. What was it that
Trust
she
you to
couldn't
what?
trust?
Wait. Couldn't trust you to what?
To stay with her like for a long-term relationship. And I'm like, yeah, because that's not who I got into a relationship with. Why would I stay in a relationship with you if you change who you are? Anyway, she did
Yeah.
not like that answer. What I feel like I was in the right though.
She wanted to pick somebody who would put up with her dysfunction when she's not taking control of her own emotions and behaviors.
That's how I felt about it. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, that's something like I feel like that's a weird thing to ask somebody.
That is.
Like, what if I one day start choosing this dysfunctional behavior? Would you still be with me? Like, no. Why would you expect that?
Yes, exactly. Wait.
Well, I mean, dysfunctional behavior. I mean, it's one of those things, isn't it? I mean, none of us are perfect.
Oh, incorrect. Incorrect. So when people say nobody's perfect, they're trying to get other people to accept dysfunction and normalize it.
Sure. I like that. Yeah. Okay.
Highly disagree. My husband is perfect. I'm perfect. Our relationship is perfect. There's nothing that I need to change. People who say nobody's perfect want you to look at what you need to change and say, I deny changing it, and you need to accept me the way that I am. We disagree. If you need to change to be who I need, I don't accept you and say nobody's perfect. I get rid of you and I find the good fit, the person I don't need to change.
All right. But oftentimes there will be someone who has some outstanding qualities, not just perfect, but like beyond belief, really attractive qualities. And then there will be some yang to that yin, right? So
What?
I know, but I just feel like people as a whole, like, okay, you and your husband, would you say that you're perfect for each other as opposed to being perfect, right? You're perfect for each other.
100%.
Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. So two other people who don't have these qualities that you say may very much see the good qualities and be aware of the bad ones, right? And say to themselves, well, like, that's what I'm getting, but I've got to get that, I've got to take that as well.
Give me an example of a bad quality that you would accept in a long-term partner.
Okay, I would say creativity. If someone's particularly creative in any way whatsoever and I'm impressed by it, I find that to be very attractive. And sometimes that comes with something that isn't so great. Maybe they're a smoker. Maybe they drink a bit. Maybe, I don't know.
I'm a smoker. I won't be with an alcoholic, somebody who doesn't manage their drinking.
Right.
That's
Yes, sure. Yeah, no, I wouldn't do that either. But in terms of
what I'm hearing you say is you are arguing for people to settle, and that's not what I teach.
right, yes, I am. That's exactly what I'm doing. Yeah, you're right. That is precisely it. I would say compromise, not necessarily settle. I would say compromise.
We don't compromise because compromising is win-lose. I did the rabbit hole down the dictionary definition of the words with compromise. I looked at the definition for compromise, and I looked at how it had the word seed in the word compromise. Then I looked up the word seed. To cede is to give up. Ukraine and Russia are at war. If Ukraine wants to end the war, it gives up Ukraine to Russia. It's cedes to Russia. That's what a compromise is win-lose. We reject compromise. We negotiate win-win.
Okay, I mean, negotiating win-win, you're still expecting for like all the boxes to be ticked, right? That's the only win-win.
Hold up. An expectation is a story you tell yourself that disappoints you when it doesn't come true. If I pick a stranger, I don't do a no kissing for 3 months dating rule, and I expect you to be everything I'm looking for because we're kissing and having sex and I gave you exclusivity. That expectation is going to disappoint me when I find out who you are and I see what you're missing. So I created a story and I did not proceed with actual facts. I only proceeded with my story. So an expectation that the person is going to have their shit together. I don't have an expectation, I have a standard that the person is going to have their shit together. And I use that standard to pick the right person. And if I pick the person who fits my standard and then they pull a 180, they become a drug addict, an alcoholic, I say bye-bye, because that's not my standard. You
Right.
changed, but my standards didn't, so you have to go.
Right, right. I mean, I guess I feel as though like something can be in a person's past, and it's just what they say about musicians. Like all musicians are drug addicts. And that's why the music's so amazing, right? Like all these songs that have influenced our lives through the years, right? Were all made by people who were high one way or another.
Saying that like you
So
believe.
that's kind of an example.
I'm sorry.
Sorry?
Wait. Did you just make a false accusation that all musicians are drug addicts?
I would say many that influenced, the world as we
Now
live
that
in.
I called out your lying language, you switched up to
No,
many.
no, not lying. No, it's a claim. I wouldn't say lying. I'm not saying this is true.
Listen. I don't let people use lying language. We speak facts, we speak logic.
I agree. I mean, I'm not really. I'm not the person to lie about such a topic. It's a claim.
So
I mean,
watch your
I could cite some examples. I mean, I could cite examples of people that I believe have been very influential in our lives and in our evolution as humans. And they're known to
No,
be
I
drug
don't even care. Please don't. Please just don't. What is even the point? Make a point, because
The
this
point
is
is that
mind numbing.
that person is extremely attractive because of their beautiful
Good for them.
creativity.
Awesome. Good for them. And the person who wants to pick them can pick them. That's their decision to make. You don't have to.
Fine. Okay.
Like, what are we doing right now?
Well, I'm trying to debate that, like, you're looking for these boxes to tick, and by doing that, you're getting something that's very like mean average.
Looking for anything. She already found somebody who ticks all those boxes. She's
Yes.
proven
I'm
herself
talking
right.
about yes.
And I
Okay, I'm
teach
talking about people who are looking.
I teach women to use observation before selection. Only pick a 12 out of 12. Only pick somebody who matches their energy. Only pick the person who displays the right behaviors. And either you pick that person or you pick nobody and you stay happy and single. So it's happy and single or happy with the right person, but never settling for bullshit.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, I can see that's actually a wonderful thing to teach. And I'm really all I'm raising is that it is in its own way, isn't it? Settling, like in its own way. I mean, you're settling for very good things. I'm not saying it isn't very good. You are settling for very good things.
Perfection only, ladies. Only settle for perfection. Nobody who tries to convince you to settle for less than what you bring to the table.
Oh, I like putting it that way. That's very good. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, of course. This is me, so this is my selection.
That's a tough list. I hear you.
It's a tough list. What are you missing?
Okay. I would say, goals.
You're missing goals, okay.
Yeah, good on that. Good on that. Yeah, a little bit of empathy, sure. It's one of those where she thinks she's empathetic, but really she isn't. And we're okay on the
I'm
communication.
asking what you're missing.
Oh, I don't doubt that there are several. Go
What
through
are
it.
you missing? I
Okay.
asked you what you're missing. What are you
Yes.
missing?
Go ahead.
What are you missing?
Patience definitely tricky at the moment.
Right.
I've got those. I've got goals are a little bit muddy, so fair
Alright.
enough. Yeah. I'm very thoughtful. I have a different work ethic, so that's the thing. So I don't have one. I have a different one.
Well, work ethic is work ethic.
Impulse control, I'm pretty good with.
So there.
Communication could be better as well.
But I'm very nervous, if I may say. I am really, really nervous when I'm talking on here because I'm so conscious, of course, of how well read you all are, and here I come along with my bumbling ideas, and it's very enlightening and eye-opening, and it's just quite intimidating actually in a way. So yeah, that's all it is really, I think.
Right. So bottom line, ladies, never settle. Right?
Yeah, no, I got you. I thought you were going to go into some of the things that I mentioned, and
No need to.
okay. But I wouldn't.
Pay her for a solo session. She'd be happy to help you work that out.
I bet. But your focus is women, right? And you mentioned that other guy earlier who works with men. I can't remember his name now. It was one of the. He says he does therapy for men to break down sort of toxicity and masculinity and patriarchy and so on. Lex.
Yeah, Lex, he's amazing.
But you do work with men as well, do you?
I love men. Men are the goal. Men are amazing. We love up men. We give
But
them
in terms of what? Sorry, can't see your name.
we
Is
give
it
them our time, we
Ripple?
give them our attention, we give them our focus, we give them access to our bodies with pleasure because men are so pleasurable. They're so worth it. We love men. We absolutely love men. 50% of my watchers are men.
So I hear that though, and you make it sound like women aren't particularly pleasure seekers. Is that not the case?
Women, no, we seek pleasure by choosing men.
Right. Right. You made it sound as though it's the men that are always after the pleasure and less so the women.
When did I say that?
No, it's when you said like, we do this and we do this and we like men and because we know that men like pleasure. I think something like that. I thought you said.
Pleasurable. Men are.
Oh, sure, pleasurable. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, I didn't hear that. Okay.
Yes, men are very pleasurable because look at what kind of character they have. They're very pleasurable to be around.
Yeah.
This is a
So
man.
what about all the songs and all the movies and all the rest of it? Like they're all just like based on. Like,
We're going into stuff again that's irrelevant. We
I
don't need
don't
to
mean
break down the world.
I don't mean to do that. No, I think I would say it is, but I mean there you go. I mean I'm saying we're all influenced by pop culture.
Wait.
Yes.
To answer your question, what do I think about songs and movies? That's called media. Media is created by males attempting to manipulate women into romanticizing dysfunction.
I hear that.
I'm the antidote to that. I teach women to practice logic and observation and facts.
Okay. No, I think that's very well said actually, and that totally resonates with me. No, I get that as well. I see that all the time. It
Chantel's
happens
all
with
about
race
staying
too.
grounded in reality. That's
It
what she's
seems
about.
so.
Staying
Yes.
grounded in reality. Yes.
Yes. Well said. Yes. Yes, and that is all around us, unfortunately. Yes. All right, guys. All right, I'll call it a day there. Thank you for your time.
Anytime, Way. See you next time.
Bye. All the best.
Bye. So, yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, what's up? I just have I just want to hear your opinion on the matter. So you think it doesn't matter in any case at all?
So I say body count does not matter to the people, and I want you to understand I'm a word nerd. Every word I use is carefully selected for accuracy. So I say body count does not matter to the people who practice logic and stick to facts. And I have 3 facts for why it doesn't matter. And I only speak on this subject in a factual or scientific way.
Okay, perfect. So I guess I don't know if I could comment on if it matters in the adult world. I'm personally only 18, just turned. So I don't know how someone would feel about a body count when they're 35 or 40. But in my age, for example.
Want to hear my 3 facts for why it doesn't matter to people who practice logic and stick to facts?
Yes.
Did that pique your curiosity?
Yeah, I'd like to hear that.
All right. Okay. So number 1, if a woman was looking for a long-term relationship and she wanted somebody with all of these qualities, no less, would she need to observe someone over time to see if they have all of these qualities? Yes or no?
Of course, yes.
Yes. Number 2, if a man wanted a long-term relationship, wanted somebody with all of these qualities, does he need to observe someone over time to see if they are this person? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, goes both ways. 3, if somebody, you got lots of background noise, so maybe just be careful with the microphone or not move around. So number 3, if somebody wants, I'm going to mute you while I'm talking, just because it's very loud. So number 3, just unmute your microphone to answer the question. If somebody wanted to know if the other person has an STD or STI, do they need to ask the person to go to the doctor, get tested, get the test results, and show the test results? Yes or no?
They go to the doctor and get the test results.
To get the facts, right? Now, let me paint this picture a little bit more. Is it possible somebody could sleep with one person one time, catch an STD, STI? Is that a possibility? So if you ask somebody their body count and they say 1, do you have the facts about their STD test screen results?
Oh, no, you don't.
Because you didn't ask for the facts. Is it possible somebody can have a low body count, a 0 body count, and not have all of these qualities?
Qualities.
Is it possible somebody can have a low body count or a 0 body count and not be respectful, not be honest, not be hardworking, not be responsible? Is that a possibility?
Yes, yes, yes.
So regardless whatever number they tell me, I still need to observe their behaviors to see who they are, right?
Yeah.
Right. So logical people who stick to facts don't ask for a number because it doesn't give the 2 pieces of information that are most important when I'm picking a long-term partner. That being, who are they and are they safe?
Yes. Those are all good facts. Like in essence, body count doesn't define a person. And I agree with everything you said, like 90% of the time. But for me, for example, I'll give you a situation. I just want you to comment on it. So when I was around, I think 16 or 17, I had this girl that I really liked, and I had 2 choices basically. It doesn't sound very good, but I did. I know they both like me, and I both kind of talked to them. But the second girl had over 15 bodies. They acted around the same way. So, I mean, it would be more of a deterrent for me.
Yeah, because you're focusing on genitalia instead of actual character and personality and basing your decision on character and personality because you're shallow. You went below the belly button.
No, but couldn't you say that for the same thing as
No. You just made it clear that you went below the belly button because you were too shallow to be above the belly button, and you had some kind of feeling about activity below the belly button because you chose to be shallow.
No, I agree with you. I chose to, but I was going to bring a second point. Couldn't you tie this to someone, for example, let's take those 2 girls and give them a 0 body count, and let's make them both 22, but one of them committed a murder 4 years ago.
Oh, you're so toxic. You want to compare consensual sexual history to an actual crime. Let me ask you this. If I showed you 2 things and I asked you which one you want to eat, and one of them is an apple and one of them is an iPhone, which one do you want to eat?
The apple.
Because they're not comparable, are they?
Well, I'm not talking
They're not comparable, are they?
I'm talking in the
I
context
asked
of
you a question, you moved on. You want to call me rude because you don't answer a question? Are they comparable when I ask you which one to eat? When one is edible, the other one isn't.
they're not comparable.
They're not comparable. So in your example, would you like to choose something that's consensual and pleasurable to compare?
I have to think.
Yeah, go do some thinking, okay?
But
Or when you cut them off at but it's perfect.
Go think about where you learned that toxicity from. Go think about the people you learned that toxicity from. Go think about that. And think about the rejection you're going to get from the women I teach to identify toxic people. Go think about that toxicity that's in your brain and go think about how you can get rid of it. Because what's happening now is more and more toxic males are being rejected by women who want nothing to do with them. So go think about that toxicity.
Crime is definitely something to judge. We're talking about consensual sex is not to be compared to violent crimes. And that's crazy to try to do that.
Do you think that person was towing the line for quite a bit?
The guy that just came up?
Yeah. No, the unknown Lee person. Do you think they were towing the line?
I don't know. I haven't, honestly, I've not been reading what they've been writing. That's the first comment of theirs I read.
Yeah. Do you think unknown Lee was towing the line? In the previous comments for as long as they've been here, do you think they've been towing the line? Sean Marie says yes. Do you feel like they were trying to see what they could say without getting booted, just towing that line, towing that edge? Okay, Mr. Mike. Reasonably respectful. Let's see if there's more votes. Hello, Mar. I do have strong boundaries, and I teach women to practice strong boundaries. And by them witnessing me doing it, monkey see, monkey do, it facilitates them practicing strong boundaries because they've witnessed it. It becomes a part of their reality, making it easier to put into practice. Very helpful. I'm glad you feel that way, Mar. Tasha. Just to be safe. I'm always safe, my love. Safety first. It's Thursday. Tomorrow's Friday. Day after that is Saturday. What's Saturday? What's Saturday? What do you think I'm excited about? Somebody asked me what the date was for this year's competition, and I went to go look it up, and I didn't see it on your website or on the Event Spaces website. So take some time today or tomorrow to update that on your website, and also shoot the Event Space a message and ask them to update it too. Taylor's birthday? Nope, that's the weekend after this coming weekend. Date breakfast with hubby. Riding in the car with hubby. Like we don't tend to go places very often because I'm busy working here. He's busy working there. That's right, Branch. Casey Facey, hi. The person as a life partner. Was this a question? Was there more to that? Oh. Are you making fun of the body count people, rights? Body count matter people. Zombified. Back at work, Mr. Mike. Enjoy your day. Why wouldn't body count matter? Body count doesn't matter to the people who practice logic and stick to facts. The two pieces of information I want to find out when I'm picking a long-term partner, the two pieces is who are you and do you have an STD, STI I need to watch out for? A number doesn't answer either of those two questions. So we practice logic and stick to facts. We use observation to find out who someone is. We ask for testing to find out if they have an STD, STI. We never take what people say at face value. Yeah, I go out with my husband on Saturday mornings. It's our date morning. We have date morning instead of date night. Yes, Mr. Tolliver, thank you. See, Mr. Tolliver, I knew I could be quick and to the point with you, and you were smart enough to get it right away. Brunch, yes, sir, away. On Saturdays and Sundays, lately it's been the 2 days, We go to our favorite diner. We sit in our favorite spot. We order our favorite breakfast. We talk to our favorite wait staff. We have a wonderful morning. We sit beside each other. We always sit at the counter. Yes, ma'am. I'm really good at reading people. I'm really good at getting vibes. I'm really good at picking up really quickly, even just a few words, who someone is. Eggs over easy, pancakes for you, Mr. Way. Hubby gets avocado toast with the fruit bowl. And I get a Mexican chicken scramble, which comes with hash browns and beans. My husband gets the beans with his breakfast and toast. I give him my beans. He takes most of my hash browns. I don't eat the hash browns. And I eat my omelet, my chicken scramble. And I might eat a piece or two of toast. Bottomless mimosa, Mr. Mike. Steak and eggs. Ooh, they do it well. The place I go to does it very well. Mr. Tolliver, thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Any other questions? You're fun. You're fun because you get it. You just get it. I love this. Intelligence. Intelligence is always a turn on for me. So my friend Courtney, when she celebrated her birthday last year, we went to a brunch place, Sunday brunch place, that had bottomless mimosa. I fell in love with mimosas with grapefruit juice instead of orange juice.
Yes, that's my favorite. That's the only way I drink mimosas.
So good. So good.
Yeah.
Mr. Tolliver, I love learning. I love teaching. You're in the right place, sir. Yeah, so I had my share, that's for sure, of bottomless mimosas that morning. All of us did. All of us did. We had a few DDs, went back to Courtney's house for continued the birthday party, put some music on, had a good time. Guinevere, you're such a good girl. You're such a good girl. Mr. Tolliver, I host this live stream Monday to Friday. It's typically 10 a.m. Eastern time for minimum 2 hours, but starting next week, I'm writing a book. My book writing times are mornings, so I put up 5,000 words a day. Sometimes it carries me into the afternoon to get out all those words. So I'm switching my live stream time to 6 p.m. next week. So if you want to come join us anytime, come ask me anything. I'm going to do a book walkthrough right now. Mr. Tolliver loves learning, so maybe he wants to hear about the books that I read. So, Mr. Tolliver, if you were to go to wrote,
The book she wrote.
and I read them a few times when I was editing them. So, Mr. Tolliver, if you go to Google, type in who is Canada's best dating coach, you're probably going to see my name. I wrote 10, 11, let me see, 2, 4, 6, 8. What? 2, 4, 6, 8. Oh, okay, so 12, but one of those is Spanish, so 11. So I'm going to write my 12th book. I lost count. I freaking lost count how many books I wrote. Damn. Okay, I've got 11 books on the subject. And what I say is I catch you where you are. I lift you up from there. That's awesome. Yes. So 3 p.m. UK time, I believe. 6 p.m. Eastern time, 3 p.m. Western time, 5 hours, so 11 p.m. UK time. And I started at 10 a.m. today, Way. That's right. So I'm going to go through this in order really quick. Comeback Queen helps a woman heal faster from a breakup or divorce. No More Assholes is my dating book for women. Taking responsibility for the words coming out of our mouths. We're no longer going to get in relationships where we complain, he's such an asshole, he did it again. If we're saying that, we're with the wrong person. So No More Mistakes, this is for women. And I also have No More Assholes in Spanish. Men who want to heal faster from a breakup or divorce and select the right long-term partner, your book is the perfect play. When you start a new relationship, grab after the first kiss, make it rock solid from day one by avoiding pitfalls and self-sabotage. Fix That Shit is communication and conflict resolution. This teaches you how to have a zero fight relationship. So we have Fix That Shit for men and Fix That Shit for women. Teens have Dating 101. I wrote this to be a textbook in high school. Look at this loser disappear, go into the garbage with all the rest of the garbage. There goes the garbage. All right, so Dating 101 for the teens, understanding the drives, behaviors, and emotions we call love, how to set boundaries, what to do when people push against their boundaries. There's a free dating book in the link in my bio. It is Fake Love Need Not Apply, how to identify and safely remove posers, losers, scammers, and predators. These ones are about your mental health and emotional well-being. So say yes to goodness, 10 steps for a complete and happy you. That's evolving your happiness in 10 areas of your life. Thank you, Wei. Glow Journal is a 60-day writing and doing journey guided by me to biohack your brain structure and elevate your self-esteem at an expedited pace. Custom-made is career coaching. You're going to identify and monetize your purpose, passion, and talent. This has 2 exercises at the end of every chapter to get you really figuring yourself out. These workbooks, big, beautiful workbooks, have bonus material. So here is the Fix That Shit for Men workbook, the Fix That Shit for Women workbook, and the No More Assholes workbook. So all of these are available on paperback on Amazon. I've got ebook bundle deals. I've got 2 audiobooks, which are No More Assholes and Fix That Shit. I have a free book. I have freebies, free starter guide for singles, free starter guide for couples, free starter guide for males who want to start getting female attention. Ethan. So that's me. That's who I am. That's what I do. A long day. Wait, I love what I do, my love, and I'm hedonistic. So I've been doing this for 5 hours today, but it doesn't feel like a long day. You can get them directly from Amazon or directly from my website if you want ebook or audiobook.
Mention Niagara Falls.
So I am showing up in person at Niagara Falls, Canada on October 25th this year. It is a full day event, 10 a.m. until 10 p.m. In the morning, we're doing a very spiritual exercise that's going to hopefully help you release some negativity, hope you create some manifestations. I'm going to be doing a guided meditation that's going to be very powerful. We're actually bringing in the power of the falls into the meditation and using it in the meditation. In the afternoon, we have an open mic. I have a guest speaker from the United States, Hope with Holly. We're also doing a preview of a documentary that's being made about me. So you will be witnessing a first look at a movie being made about what I teach. And then in the evening, we're going to have a dance party from 7 p.m. until 10 p.m. with 2 DJs. And the event room that I have is the one directly across from Niagara Falls. Like when you're in this room, you're looking straight at the falls. It's really beautiful. Check out the site. Wait, good stuff. You don't do this.
You can get tickets on the website to come in person, but I think you said there's only 18 left. But there are virtual tickets if you can't actually make it there as well.
October 25th, 2025. So if you're anywhere else in the world, if you can't make it, but you want to attend, the virtual tickets are really inexpensive. It's only $40. And I will be setting up multiple camera views so that you can choose what you want to look at. Do you want to look at me? Do you want to look at the room? Do you want to look at the falls? Yeah, virtual, you can join with the virtual tickets. Yeah. That's awesome. Thank you, Mr. Tolliver. Did you notice I have 2 books specifically for men? Dating book for men, relationship book for men. We love men. That's something that I say here is we love men. We make the distinction between selfish short-term thinkers, which we call guys or girls, and generous long-term thinkers, which we call men or women. I'm very busy teaching women how to select men. I teach the men how to select the women. Hi, Diane.
Hey, are you staying on for a bit? I wasn't sure if you were.
I can stay on a little bit. Manu's here.
I want to say body count do matter.
I understand you want to tell us you're a loser. That's okay. We're very clear on who you are. Don't worry about it. We just dealt with you appropriately. Block, delete, cleanse, remove. Hi, Dan. Emily. Well, he didn't have anything interesting to say. He just wanted to pump out another big creamy load of dysfunction, delusion, and stupidity.
Sounded like a Neanderthal.
Totally.
But don't do better.
I love to talk to men on my panels talking about solutions to different issues we go through. Interesting. Mr. Tolliver, you host live streams as well? Yeah? Do you host live streams as well? I like this. Talking about solutions, different issues we go through. He got vaporized. Yes, ma'am. I like that. So we have you ever come across Lex, a UK gentleman who also opens this channel up to have discussions with men about the things that they think and feel? Are you familiar with Lex?
With a man 2 nights ago on my live. It was so beautiful, Chantal. Like, I wish I could post the whole thing. He's 39. He was abused by his uncle when he was like 9 to 13 and just was shut down, and just you could see him struggling in his own brain, and we got him to the point where he was able to like talk to his little boy, and he was so free to talk to him because he thought his little boy was mad at him because he had shut him down. And at the end he was able to talk to him. He's like, he's not mad at me. It was so beautiful. I love working with men.
Yes. Yes. Men are so amazing. They really are. They're so different from these guys who come here. Mr. Tolliver, you haven't met him, but you've come across him. You've seen his work. What do you think about what Lex does? How would you compare what you do to what he does?
And by the way,
That's so cute.
Hey, I had a day today, so I was like, I need my friends.
You had a day. We're here for you. You need a safe space. Hello, Mr. Tolliver.
Hello.
Hey.
Yeah, so what I do on my panel, it's more towards Christianity and, you know, but it's more of honest, open, safe space. I have some content on my TikTok where you can see snippets of what we do. We give each other advice. We have a brother that has autism, and we support everyone. Everyone is welcomed. It's an honest, safe space, and we just look for solutions. And we're very honest with. We're not professionals. If there's things that you need help with professionally, then we suggest seeking those routes. But we just speak from experience and our own testimonies.
I really appreciate the growing number of men like you and Lex who offer up a logical and healing space for other males to come to so they can deconstruct themselves.
Yes, and we also find a lot of men where we've dealt with recently, men that are in the hospital or men dealing with financial issues or living situations, and we all come together as a community and help. And even there's a person that's going through alcohol issues, and we have a listening ear, and we help find solutions or AA meetings, or whatever the correct source is for that issue that we're going through together. Because we're not doing
This
this
is
alone.
what I want, Johnny. If you don't like it, that's your problem, not ours. I'm sorry, Mr. Tolliver, but I just needed to let Johnny know facts.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I asked the question as well, because just looking at the question, you can get your own interpretation of it. But being able to ask, okay, now we can get better understanding for the question.
Yes. Yeah. I appreciate what you're doing, my love. I teach women to not deal with males that are not at the level that we are at. I teach women to instantly shut them down and block and delete them and not waste any time, because I teach women that their focus needs to be on their goals, their ambitions, their work ethic, their financial responsibility, their mental health, their emotional well-being, their physical safety. But it's not their job to train untrained males. It's not their job to want to change males who don't take responsibility for their own thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. It's not their job to be a therapist, a mommy, a helper, a keeper, a trainer. It's her job to look after herself and find the male at her level. And we give the void to all the other males. And what we tell ourselves, what we tell each other, is maybe when they get none of our time, none of our focus, none of our attention, none of our energy, no access to our bodies for being dysfunctional, they will seek functionality and come back at our level.
I completely agree. And I love what you're doing. I'm so glad I found you, because there's a lot of things that, as men, we need to take accountability for and be able to self-reflect on the ways that we can build together and be better men, better fathers, better friends. So I completely agree. I love this. Thank you for allowing me to join.
100%, because we are working together, right? When these guys that are toxic and dysfunctional, that don't take responsibility for their thoughts, emotions, and behaviors become men, they will be selected. They will get our time and attention. In the meantime, they can turn to their peer group, which is other males and males that are more functional, and turn to you functional males and say, what am I doing wrong? And then you functional males can lead the way into teaching functionality to other males.
Absolutely. And that's actually one of the topics that we've been talking about recently. Like, we were on live today and we were talking about how no matter what the issue is, it starts with us. We have to fix us. If it's the kids having issues, if we're having relationship issues, we don't get to point the finger. We get to self-reflect and work on ourselves, because when we learn how to love ourselves, that's when we can correctly love someone else.
So you know that saying, it's all males until it's no males. You've heard that.
Yes.
So I want to see males step up to train all the other males to stop being abusive, stop being violent, take responsibility for your thoughts, emotions, behaviors, be calm, be functional, be logical. So with you males, like with the functional males stepping in to train the other males to be functional like you, to reduce all of these statistics that are abusive and violent, then we're going to start trusting males in general. But we need the functional males to train the dysfunctional males before that happens.
Yes. And even if they're in that situation, we can still tell them, like, hey, come on now. We can still be teachable, because I feel like it starts with the people that have the experience, the elders. When we have kids, it's on us to teach them the right way and how to choose the right partner, or how to choose to love ourselves the right way.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Thank you for fighting the war with us instead of against us.
Of course, we do it together.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm going to drop down now, but I really appreciate you. Thank you.
back at you, my love, sincerely. Thank you for doing what you're doing.
Thank you.
Oliver, I gave you a follow. I do energy work. I do healing work with people. So if I'm happy to be a resource. I do lives 5 nights a week, and live for free. I help people. So if you ever have anybody who's looking for actual healing work from their past stuff, their trauma, their whatever,
Yes.
you can send them my way.
Perfect. I'm sure.
And maybe we could even.
Good.
Awesome.
Thanks,
I'm
Rick.
sure I'll
Maybe we
bring
can
it.
even we
Mhm.
could even do like a co-live together or something, or I could be a guest and we could,
That would
help
be
people.
awesome. Yeah, I'm sure I'll have a good amount of men coming your way.
Awesome. Love it.
Thank you.
I just gave you a follow back to Mr. Tolliver. Thank you. Thank you for being out there doing what you're doing. Krista,
Yeah, I was just gonna say, for those of you who don't know, because Diane has been on vacation for the past week, she's finally back. Rude. Anyway, she's actually really, really good at what she does. So if you ever get a chance to pop into her live in the evenings, between her and Chantel, I've really grown and healed more than I have in a lifetime of therapy. Since I was 8 years old, I've been in therapy. So uh, check her out if you can.
World One Mission, you are a great way to learn raising my future kids, both boys and girls. When you have your future kids, their first book from me is Dating 101. Okay, my love? We love you. Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate you so very much. So much love. Hands up in the comment section if you're feeling some warm and fuzzy right now, because I am. I got some warm fuzzies. Anybody else feel some warm fuzzies? Phil, thank you. Yes. Oh, look at all this. Yes, Sin Shops, Diane, Mare. Oh, why is it keep doing this? What is this? What are you looking for? Ours. Confirm. Yes, Kitty Cat, Mare. We love these warm fuzzies. Yes, Tamar, Dread Zone, Island Beauty. Don't we love these warm fuzzies? I love Dio. Love this. That
Dio's comment. I always have music in my head, right? So I had read his comment, bad therapy, and in my mind I went bad medicine. The song by Bon Jovi. Your love is like bad medicine. Your love is like bad therapy.
Yeah. Lovelies, I'm gonna head out on this wonderfully high note. I'm gonna go get some work done today. Be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern time as usual. Don't forget, next week I start at 6 p.m. Eastern time.
That I was able to get a few minutes with everybody.
I'm glad you were here too, my love. Oh, by the way, you finished your bread. It's all gone now.
All gone.
All gone in my belly.
I'm glad you liked it.
I did. So did hubby. We shared. Doing dishes. Make more soap. Try to go to Niagara Falls. Michelle, come, my love. It's going to be so fun. Working towards it. Good. Yeah. A wonderful day. Amazing day. Incredible human beings. This is going to be a room filled with light, love, logic, peace. We're going to elevate that day. My goal for you is to do this with you all day long. All day long, my love. All day long. I'm excited. I just got that little excitement right here. Enjoy, you too, Mare. So yeah, I can't wait to see you. I can't wait to see everybody who's coming. This is going to be a room filled with the most incredibly loving people. So yes. Oh, I love this. All right, lovelies. Final book walkthrough. Gonna head out for the day. I will see you back here tomorrow morning. Look up the info again to save for it. Yes, let's do that, my love. Link in my bio for Niagara Falls, guys. If you want to join, go check it out. Take a look at that day. It's going to be so amazing. Super amazing. All right, Comeback Queen helps you heal faster from a breakup or divorce. No More Assholes is how women make sure their next partner is the right one. No More Mistakes means no more suffering. No More Assholes is an audiobook, a workbook, part of an ebook, several ebook bundle deals, and it's also in Spanish. Krista, thank you, Chantel. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, my love. Men who want to heal from a breakup and select the right long-term partner, you get yourself the perfect play. After the First Kiss helps you make sure your first year together is solid by avoiding pitfalls and self-sabotage. Fix That Shit is going to help you have a zero-fight relationship by teaching you communication skills and conflict resolution skills. We have Fix That Shit for women with the white cover and Fix That Shit for men. Guys, don't forget there's a documentary being made about me, Evolution Revolution Film. You can access it through the link in my bio. You can go to the website evolutionrevolutionfilm.com, add yourself to the mailing list, make sure you get the notification when the film is completed. If you want a special preview, you will get that at the Niagara Falls event because the filmmaker will be there and they're bringing a special edit of the film just for us to view. They're going to capture more footage there, complete the film at the end of the year, and then put out the version that they're hoping to sell to Netflix. So that's going to be really exciting to see how far this can go. It sounds like we have a certain celebrity who's agreed to be in the film because I found out there's a celebrity who's a fan of mine. And she asked me to be on her podcast and let me know that her followers are a fan of mine as well, which is really exciting. All right, Dating 101 is for the teens. This is the textbook we should read in high school. We should have read in high school. We would not have needed No More Assholes if we read Dating 101. So if you know any teens, make sure you get that for them. So cool, Caroline, so exciting. Yes, Krista. There's a free dating book in the link in my bio. It's Fake Love Need Not Apply, How to Identify and Remove Posers, Losers, Scammers, and Predators. Mara's going to manifest a Netflix Evolution Revolution. Love it. All right, say yes to goodness. 10 steps for a complete happy you. This is you evolving your happiness in 10 areas of your life affecting you mentally and emotionally. Custom Made is career coaching. You're going to monetize your purpose, passion, and talent. Glow Up Journal. This is a 60-day expedited journey towards increasing your self-esteem. I will guide you on daily things to do and write to biohack your brain. You deserve all the success. Thank you, my love. I do the work I want to do, and I'm very passionate about this. These workbooks have bonus materials. You can grab these on Amazon as well. The No More Assholes workbook, Fix That Shit for Men workbook, and the Fix That Shit for Women workbook. Cinshop is coming. I'll search for it on Netflix, so it will be in the system. Oh, wow. They will need to fill the search void. That's really cute. Actually, that's a great idea. So this guy's an objectophile, right? So we can tell who objectophiles are because they sexualize things like Nutella jars, right? Because people said no, but they want to put their dong in something. So they pick Nutella jars and they fetishize Nutella jars. And now they can't look at a woman without being sexually excited by the idea of Nutella jars. That's an objectophile. So rejected that he objectifies things. Very bizarre people, right? These people are very weird, very bizarre. They have strange kinks. We reject them. Watch this loser disappear. There we go.
Like, honestly, who eats Nutella like that? Like,
well, he doesn't eat it. He puts his thing in it because women said no, right? So whatever, weirdo. Not him. They can't find it. It's inverted. It's so little. I love you. Mwah. I will see you tomorrow. Bye. Diane, Ripple, Mr. Tolliver, Dio, Sean Marie, Emily, Miss Kitty Cat, Sipo, Chris, Doo-Wop, Island Beauty, Anne Marie, Miyagi, Marco, Michelle, Emily, Cindy, Dondra, Becky, Michelle Lucas, Paulba, Purple Funny Penguin, Cadence, Tamar, Anna, Ott, Sam, Tita, Gracie, They Love, Amber, Stars, Brian, Christina, Zombified Hero. There's a list. Hello. I will see you tomorrow, my loves. Bye, Michelle. Bye, Miss Kitty Cat. Have a great day, Mr. Tolliver.